Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, in this insightful session of the 4th International Seminar and Workshop of Public Health, allow me to thank to the opportunity that has given to us. Allow me to thank for the opportunity that has given to us to present our article with the title to present the article with the title to present the article with the title Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, in this insightful session of the 4th International Seminar and Workshop of Public Health Action, allow me to thank for the opportunity that has given to us to present the article with the title Qualitative Study, Knowledge, Behavior, and Risk Factor of Hypertension Community Living in Kuitang, Central Jakarta. And me, Nur Syarifah Alia, a doctoral student of Public Health Universitas Indonesia, will represent as the speaker in this presentation. Here is the outline of my presentation. Background of the study. Next, background of the study. Hypertension is either one of quite crucial medical condition that would affect the wrist, heart, brain, kidney, and any other disease. About 1.13 billion of world population is suffering from hypertension, where most of them live in the lower middle income countries. Here is the data of national prevalence of hypertension from Basic Health Survey. We can see from the graphic that the prevalence of hypertension based on doctor diagnosis and self-diagnosis was decreased from 2013 to 2018. But while the prevalence of hypertension, there was an increasing prevalence, but while there was an increase of prevalence of hypertension based on direct measurement from 2013 while there was an increasing prevalence of hypertension from 25.8 in 2013 to 34.1 in 2018. Then this prevalence of hypertension based on
Itu ada outdoor apa? Itu di sini ya, nanti itu kepala dinas.
Aduh. Here is a number of hypertension in Jakarta. In special capital region of Jakarta become one of province.
Aku habis beli siomay itu langsung pulang.
Recording in progress.
Konfirmasinya nanti seperti jam 8.15 memang permesin jam Good morning, everybody. My sound is clear. Yeah, I will do start the activities today. Good morning, attendants. Salam sehat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before starting the presentation, I will introduce myself. I will introduce again because I think the different presenter and the different audience I will be your moderator for today's discussion. In here, I am company with Miss Nadia. She will help share PPT. Today, there are have 6 presentation with the very interesting times. The order of presentation is as follows. Bapak Muhammad Abdul Hakam, Ibu Adelia Kusuma, and then Pipit, kemudian and then Umi Sadia, Nurusa Rifah Alia, and the last Vidya Putri Ananda. If anyone to go first, can contact Miss Nadia to exchange the order. The rule for presentation is the presentation time is 15 minutes, including question and answer. As a participant, you are encouraged to ask question. It is meant to be an interactive discussion. Don't hesitate or be afraid. If you want to ask, you can use in bahasa maybe. And question can be written in the chat box. Now, it's time to hear from our speaker, Bapak Muhammad Hakam. Time is your. Bapak Hakam, you are ready?
Sorry, Miss, Mr. Hakam is not ready yet, so maybe mungkin the next speaker.
Presenter.
Yeah.
Okay, we will call Ibu Adelia Kusuma Prasetyo Putri. Ibu Adel, are you ready to the first presenter? Yeah, maybe another presenter will can. Are you ready? You can show the first presentation. Umi Sadia.
Yes, Mrs.
Yeah. This is your first presentation, Miss Umi.
Excuse me, Mrs. Please allow me to have a share screen.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all of the participants for giving me an opportunity to delivering this presentation. Please allow me to introduce myself and my team. My name is Sakti Sarita as the representative from my team. And here's my team, Miss Umi Sadia, Mrs. Ika Pantiawati, and Mr. Edi J. Kusuma, and we are from the Nuswantara University, Semarang. Right now, we're going to talk about the development of electronic medical record in this era with the title Data Security Aspect of Electronic Medical Records in the Society 5.0 Era in Indonesia, based on systematic literature review. The introduction. The development of technology from 4.0 revolution to the 5.0 society era brought us to revolution changes from the industry 4.0 to the 5.0 society era, where the 5.0 of society era is a continuation from the 4.0 industry that demands society for solve the complex problem, think critically and creative, therefore people can live side by side with the technology that already present in activities and work. One of the implementation of technology and information in health sector is health service in medical record that made by electronic. This is according with the Ministry of Health Indonesia's book entitled Health Digital Transformation of 2024 states that to reach Indonesian health, one of aspects that have to improve is integrated data and making healthcare easier. According to the regulation of the Ministry of Health Indonesia number 24 of 2022, clause 12 verse 2, states that the storage of electronic medical record must ensure with the security, privacy, integrity, and availability of electronic medical record. And according to Setiawan, electronic medical record can improve and facilitate sharing and accessing data for patients' care. Sharing and accessing data in the use of electronic medical record causes about the privacy and integrity of medical records data. In addition, it was found abuse of right access of electronic medical record that the officer did a share login with each medical record officer. Thus, a health facility must know what are electronic medical record security aspects in the hospital. The purpose. Describe the privacy, integrity, authentication, availability, access control, and non-reputation aspect of electronic medical record in the 5.0 society era in Indonesia. The method. This research used a method, namely systematic literature review with PRISMA method by collecting, identification, summarizing empirics literature or theoretical literature to provide comprehensive understanding and producing a conclusion. The data search used an application named POP or Publish or Perish to facilitate the journal search that source from database, Google Scholar, Crossref, and Semantic Scholar search with the keywords are security, privacy, integrity, availability, access control or authentication, or non-reputation and electronic medical record in Indonesia. The result of the journal research thus obtained are the screen and identification according to the inclusion criteria used a PRISMA model. The inclusion criteria in this study are year of publication is 2017 and 2020, trusted journal source discussing electronic medical record security and research in Indonesia. Based on the result of journal screening, then analyzed based on research question, where the research question are a list of questions that researchers want to know based on certain topics. The research questions in this study are: RQ1. How is the privacy aspect of electronic medical record in the 5.0 society in Indonesia? RQ2. How is the integrity aspect of electronic medical record in the 5.0 society in Indonesia? RQ3. How is the authentication aspect of electronic medical record in the 5.0 society in Indonesia? RQ4. How is the access control of electronic medical record society in Indonesia? RQ5. How is the availability aspect of electronic medical record in the 5.0 society in Indonesia? And the last is, how is the non-reputation aspect of electronic medical record in the 5.0 society in Indonesia? And the quality assessment is, after determining the research question of the researcher, then research making the quality assessment of the data that has been found to be evaluated based on the list of the questions. Quality assessment of the research are: QA1, does the journal publish within the time span of 2017 and 2022? QA2, does the journal talk about the security of electronic medical record? QA3, does the journals are national research? And this is the result of the study selection. The result of identification article research in POP application obtained 1,463 articles that were selection, therefore produced 718 articles, and then article reselected again by selection by the topic obtained 114 articles. From 114 articles that fit the topic, 106 were excluded because the articles were not published and the variables were different. After being excluded, the result obtained 26 articles that fit the abstract. From 26 articles were selected by full paper, excluding 10 articles because they could not be accessed. 11 articles because they did not fit the inclusion criteria, resulting in total of 5 articles that fit the inclusion criteria. And this is the characteristic of data literature. According to this table about the characteristic of data literature, there are 6 security aspects in electronic medical record in Indonesia. They are privacy, integrity, authentication, availability, access control, and non-reputation. And this is the quality assessment based on Irlaili RT and Rohmat, Nugraini SW and Rohayati, Bintoro Wardana and Agustin, Tio Rentab DRR and Hozizah, Pahlavi AR Wardana ES and Agustin ED, with the quality assessments that have been decided in the journal that published within 2017 until 2022. The journal is talk about the security of EMR and the journal is a national journal. This is the study analyzed. Based on this table, the result of the study analyzed, it can be seen that the security aspect of electronic medical records in Indonesia that discuss aspect of privacy and integrity are 4 articles, while those discuss an authentication, access control, availability, and non-reputation are 5 articles. And this is the conclusions. Privacy aspect of EMR must have a different username and password in each unit. Access control aspect of EMR is the user can access the EMR according to their job with their own username and password with login. Integrity aspect of EMR data must be complete. If not completely filled, then there will be a warning for complete all of data. Authentication aspect in electronic medical record can be performed by users that have a different password and the system is complemented by automatically log off or Utility aspect of EMR related to parties who needs EMR are requisition, doctor, nurse, pharmacy, and finance. Therefore, EMR must have an easy access, fast connection, have a guidelines in each poly, can do uploads of scanned documents, and have a backup and firewall server for maintaining documents from virus. Besides, the parties can access the EMR if they have a username and password. Thank you for your attention. I'm Okwisarita.
Thank you. Ini I call Mbak Okti ya. It is very interesting your research with your team. Maybe any question for audience about research medical record from Okti and team? I will give some question Mbak Okti, the journal is taken from 2017 until 2020. Is this correct? Has electromedical record has been established since, or when did electromedical start? Maybe. Okay, Mafti. Maybe you can explain when did the electromedical start in the world or in the Indonesia? And what the dangers are expected to arrive from electromedical record?
I will look at the answer first here, Mrs. Allow me to search the answer first.
Maybe the answer you can use the bahasa, maybe it's complicated to answer. It's no problem. I think the electromedical is a new system in Indonesia maybe ya. Nah, you can give information about what is dangerous if implementation medical record. No.
Okay, Mrs. Please allow me to answer the questions.
Yes.
Indonesia already start electronic medical record on 2008, and it was supported by the Ministry of Health Indonesia. And in this year, the health facility must have mass implementation of please allow me to speak in bahasa. Can I?
Yes.
Jadi di tahun ini dari PMK sendiri sudah harus bisa menerapkan untuk seluruh fasilitas kesehatan menerapkan EMR. Dan untuk tadi Ibu bertanya tentang ininya ya, kerugiannya tentang bahayanya dari electronic medical record. Jadi untuk bahayanya tersendiri bisa dihack, terus lalu nanti sistemnya bisa error, dan nanti ada mungkin ketika petugasnya belum bisa memahami teknologi, kan tidak semua dari petugas kesehatan itu paham akan teknologi. Jadinya untuk penerapan di fasilitas kesehatan akan membutuhkan banyak seperti itu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mbak Okti. I think it's very clear your explain, and maybe we'll be continue another research about electromedical.
Thank you, Mrs.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please give a big applause to Mbak Okti and team. Okay, I'm sorry because a limited time, so I have to manage a time, yeah. And then we will continue to presenter, yeah. Is the Mr. Pipit?
Yes.
Are you ready for a presentation?
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Time is your Pak Pipit.
Okay. I would like to share screen. Okay. The display state appear.
Yeah.
Okay. For the opportunity, Mrs. Moderator, my name is Secretary Bowo. This occasion I would like to present about analysis of workplace risk level for personal protective equipment use compliance at air management company in Karanganyar. Okay, introduction. This accident data based on data from Dinas Tenaga Kerja Jawa Tengah. They have increased number about work accident from 2017 to 2016 to 2018. About 2,000 more work accidents. And in the workplace in Karanganyar City, there were 254 work accidents, and this increased year by year. And based on data intercompany, it was recorded that in 2022, there were 4 cases of incident, 1 case of incident, 1 case of accident, and 3 cases of near miss. Objective this the purpose of this study to analyze the effect of juvenile risk level on compliance with the use of personal protective equipment. Method I was use quantitative processional, and meta analysis use product moment percent. And the result it was show that frequency distribution there are 2 factors such as occupational risk level and compliance with use of personal protective equipment. Based on table, most respondents answered that level of occupational risk was at moderate level, and based on compliance with use of PPE, the most of them was 20 people in compliance factors. At the correlation test in this slide, based on correlation, it know that significant value. Yes, but this is no effect of the level of occupational risk on compliance with the use of personal protective equipment. Okay, discussion the use of PPE or personal protective equipment in risk control. Yes, industries are required to provide personal protective equipment in accordance to the Minister of Manpower number 8 year 2010 concerning personal protective. So that company owners are required to facilitate personal protective equipment in accordance with the international standard for their workers. Conclusion, actually there is no influence between the level of occupational risk on compliance with the use of personal protective equipment. So I would like to recommend suggestion is to maintain socialization and training of use personal protective equipment according to potential hazard in each room. And the implementation should be done at the beginning of the shift so that workers understand and aware of the importance of using personal protective equipment while working. Okay, thank you for the presentation. And I would like to come back to moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pipit. Yeah, maybe any question from audience?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask for Mr. Pipit.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Based on analysis carried out at PT Air Manjaka Karanganyar in 2022, there will be 4 incidents, including 1 accident and 3 near misses. This is incident related to complaint with the use of personal protective equipment or PPE among company employees. Thank you.
Yeah, Pak Pipit, direct to answer.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe it's difficult to or complicated to answer. You can use in bahasa maybe.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to confirm about your question, Miss Adelia. You asked a question about slide number 2, yes, correct?
Yes.
Production accident data. Okay. Actually, work accidents are not always only affected by personal protective equipment factor, but almost of them are caused by unsafe action. So the main cause of work accident is unsafe action in the workplace. Now, one of unsafe action is working without using personal protective equipment. And so, in the study, working without using PPE is one of unsafe action in the workplace. So, workers in the workplace who use personal protective equipment are more likely to cause work accident. So, with your question, I can answer that if worker working without using PPE is one of potential risk in the workplace. So there is a correlation actually, but in the company, but
Based
the
on analysis
system of operational safety is good, good enough to maintain socialization of using personal protective equipment. So I would suggest to keep maintain socialization of using PPE for worker in the workplace. I think that answer, Miss Adele.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm understand about that.
Yeah, I think Pak Pipit and Bu Edile is partner. But I agree ya, the suggestion for Pak Pipit ya. I have one question Pak Pipit. The conclusion is there is no influence between the level occupational risk and compliance with the use of personal protective equipment. Yeah. I hope you can explain why, but your research.
Okay, thank you for question. Indeed, my research, the result, the conclusion, there is no effect between using compliance, using PPE, uh, level of super risk. But as I conduct research, the worker, average the worker of average of worker using while working using personal protective equipment and at beginning of safe average of operational the worker of safety is always conducted uh, safety training or safety talk. So about the behavior of the working is always use personal protective equipment. So but compliance is good actually good yeah in the workplace. So maybe in my research indeed not effective but compliance and compliance using PPE and occupational risk level. I think that answer.
Yeah. Okay. What are type protective equipment ya? Personal protective equipment at PT Air Mancur Karanganyar, Pak Pipit. Masker, maybe masker and helm.
Oh,
What type? What are type PPE?
Okay. The mandatory of using personal protective equipment in the workplace and structure, such as safety helmet, safety shoes, and safety hearing protection. I mean, so the mandatory is uh, three equipment. Yes, equipment. So then additional personal protective equipment additional is suitable for other workplace in company. So the mandatory that's three, but additional of that can be add uh, can be add disesuaikan dari masing-masing tempat kerja. Jadi
Yes, yeah, yeah. I think the workplace, the unit workplace in at Mancur is very noisy. Yeah. So the employee must use air plug, maybe air.
Air plug, safety helmet, and safety shoes mandatory.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Pipit. It is very nice and interesting your research. Thank you very much. We will give applause to Pak Pipit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and we will continue the third speaker, Bapak Hakam. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes.
Time is your Pak Hakam.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Good morning,
warahmatullahi
ladies and gentlemen. I will presentation analysis of regional-based infectious disease vulnerability in Semarang City. In introduction, the first infectious disease pose a significant global challenge, affecting public health and societal well-being, as well as public health policy and overall national sovereignty. And then important of data-driven and evidence-based decision-making in disease control has become increasingly evident. Multi-sectoral impact of infection disease is crucial for effective decision-making and prevention efforts, and then urban planning and infrastructure play a significant role in controlling infectious disease as they create the necessary condition for healthy living and prevent the spread of disease in cities. Objective to contribute to the realm of infectious disease control by setting light on the regional-based vulnerability of infectious disease with the context of Semarang City, and then to provide crucial insight that can inform decision-making process at the city of level. We using data from routine services provided by 77 public centers from 2020 until January 2023. Total 159.898 patients were included. A quantitative descriptive analysis approach would use the determine the distribution of infectious disease based on age group, spatial location, and time period. The visual and statistic says generated with the type of table square. Result, diarrhea is a dominant health concern, and COVID-19 and its impact, typhoid and implication, and HIV of prevention. Still in result, patient frequency distribution of infection disease from null outside Semarang City area, dominating compared with sub-district area. Impact on capacity of healthcare facility and their ability to meet the healthcare need of both resident and non-resident. Cross-border health cooperation. And then the third result, Banyumanik, Pedurungan, and Tembalang as a sub-district with the highest number of infection disease case. Potential reason, population density, economic factor, or environment conditions. Potential intervention, community engagement, public health education. Then the fourth result, patient frequent distribution of infection disease based time per month in Semarang City during 2020 until January 2023. The infection disease trend suggests seasonal pattern as well as holiday-related factor, raise concern in public awareness and behavior. Addressing potential strain on healthcare resources is crucial, and an important of prevention measures such as vaccination or hygiene practice during period of increased disease prevalence. The conclusion, the finding provide valuable direction for public health initiative and raise critical question for further exploration and intervention. Necessity for improving regional collaboration as well as internal and district level. The third, seasonal and timely pattern examination as well as behavior and traditional custom. And then four, most importantly, the key factor of infection disease among productive age need to be identified to take the sustainable plan. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Hakam. Pak Hakam, as a head of the health service Semarang City, for agreeing to part in Iswopha. Thank you very much, Pak Hakam. It's very busy, but you can join the activity, our activity. Maybe any question from audience to Pak Hakam? Yeah, we will wait question from audience. I have a few question, Pak Hakam. Very interesting research. I think utilizing a lot of secondary data for analysis. Does the health service always use secondary data in decision making? Maybe. For determining a preventive program by the health service, Pak Hakam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atur. We always begin the data for make we will always use data for decision making. We also as the population for more and specific intervention. My decision making for the mayor of Semarang, we give data from health care, and then we give his mayor of Semarang.
Okay, baik, and then health service, I think have a big data. Yeah, can help data be used by the general public to jointly handle existing case. Maybe can collaboration with academic, and then to collaboration to decrease the casus, maybe, Pak Hakam.
Yeah, no problem. Data will be
will be used together, maybe.
Yeah, public health use our big data. It published on our website.
Yeah.
Everyone could access it from our dashboard. Let me you can see infection disease. You can see stunting, maternal,
Yeah.
and then and also.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Hakam. I think of a limited time, and you have a lot of activities in today. Yeah. Thank you very much. Give applause, Pak Hakam. Thank you very much, Pak Hakam. Okay, we will continue to fourth presenter, Ibu Adelia. Are you ready for presentation, Bu Adelia?
Yes.
Yeah, your time is yours, to Adelia.
Good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First,
Waalaikumsalam.
I would like to thank you for the time given to me to present my journal at Iswopha 2023 and the title Relationship between NCP with a Quality of Life for Hypertension in PTD is Pastor Radio NCP. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Adelia from Stikas Bakti Pusada Korea Radio East Java. And for the potential also with the low quality of treatment and prevention of complication with the lead to more safer quality of life based on data from basic health research or discussed best in 2018. Indonesia experienced a quite drastic increase in prevalence research reaching 6.3% and then in 2013 people with hypertension by 25.8% have now increased to 34.1%. According to data from its Java profile, Lillis rank 6 with a high population of hypertension by Quintus and in 2018. Based on the data analysis of humidity profile data in the Demangan Health Center Madiun City, hypertension is included in the 5 category health program that must be addressed immediately. And then in 2022, there are 527 people who are recorded as experiencing hypertension, but this number is still mixed with the hypertension sufferer who are outside the Demangan Health Center area. After sorting the data, there were 487 cases of hypertension in the working area of the Demangan Health Center in the last year of 2022. Based on a preliminary study conducted by researchers on Wednesday 22 February 2023, out of 10 people, 6 of them belong to the low quality of life in the domain of physical health and social relations. Then, out of 10 people who fall into the category of low quality of life in the domain of physical health and environmental, there are 9. The result are based on the category of the total score of 10. And then for the method used in this research is cross-sectional study. This study aims to determine whether there is a relationship between NCP and the quality of life of hypertension sufferer. The population, if this study is 137 and the sample is 548. Sampling using with quota-effective. The determination of the sample was taken based on the criteria, namely hypertension sufferer, the record in the last 1 year at the Demangan Health Center Madiun City, Tangan Sub-District area. Measuring tool used in the class or literacy NCP stress scale 42 questionnaire. The data obtained when analysis using SPSS and covariate analysis was performed using the Kendall TAU test. And then for the next slide, this is a table characteristic and characteristic of respondent based on age, gender, and level of education. Hypertension patient with a productive age, and then rank age 16 to 65 years, where younger with a total of 35 or 60.3%, while hypertension suffer at unproductive age more than 64 years, with a total of 23 or 39.3% is based on gender, It is known that the gender of hypertension suffered from the sample is higher in female than male. The percentage of female is 62.1%, while male are 6, 6 while male are 36.2%. And at the level of annotation it is known that the annotation level of hypertension suffered from the sample is the majority of secondary annotation with a total of 39 or 67%, and then the elementary level there were 17 or 29.3%, and the respondent who did not go to school were 2 or 3.4%. Based on the result of research on the NCT category, there were 48 or 82.8% participation who experienced NCT, while in the normal category, there were 10 or 17.2%. In this study, it was found to be normal if the total dash 40 score was 0 to 7, and it was safe to be anxious if the total dash score was 8 to 42. From the result of research conducted by respondents with a low quality of life, there were 18 or 31.0%. In the medium quality of life category, there were 30 or 51.7%, and in the high quality of life category, there were 10 or 17.2%. Of the four domain, respondents have a low quality of life in the physiological health domain with a percentage is 75.9%. This is because it is difficult for respondents to concentrate on something, as well as feeling of anxiety and fatigue experienced by respondents. Based on the table data above, it can be seen that there is a significant relationship between anxiety and quality of life, which has a significant value of 0.002, which means that the value is less than alpha 0.05 with a correlation coefficient value of negative 0.389 on the NCT scale. Respondents who fall into the normal category with a low quality of life are 1 or 10.0%. In the moderate category are 3 or 30.0%, and the high category are 6 or 60.0%. Meanwhile, on the NCT scale, there were 17 or 35.4%. In the NCT category, with low quality of life is 27 or 56.2%. In the moderate category, and 4 or 8.3% in the high category. A person's quality of life this category is as low if there is a lack of social support, lack of financial, and then daily needs, but from basic needs to additional information related to health, even to the environment where the level is lacking or in the quiet. And then conclusion for this study. In this study, it can be concluded that there is a relationship between NCT and the quality of life hypertension suffered. The result correlation is very significant, namely obtain a p-value of 0.002 with a correlation coefficient value of negative 0.389. The majority of people with hypertension belong the productive age group and are female. Okay, finally, I would like to say sorry if there are mistakes, and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Adelia. I think it's very noisy, because to sound your when your presentation. Yeah, that is okay, and the article is very interested, to present, and maybe any question for Ibu Adelia, Pak Pipit. You have some question to Bu Adelia. Okay, I will wait. Yeah, Bu Adelia, a quality of life. You divided 3 category, low, medium, and high. You can explain how to determine a quality of life in 3 category. Based on statistic, or maybe have indicator.
Okay, thank you. Can I answer with Indonesian language?
Yeah, it's okay.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi terkait dengan indikator dari kualitas hidup sendiri itu ada 4, diantaranya indikator dari kesehatan fisik, kesehatan lingkungan, kesehatan psikologis, dan fisik, lingkungan, psikologis, dan aktivitas fisik. Nah, jadi dari keempat indikator tersebut itu dari teori WHO QOL. Nah, jadi dari keempat indikator tersebut saling melengkapi satu sama lain. Ya, di mana apabila dari salah satu indikator tersebut memiliki penurunan dalam quality of life tersebut, dapat dikatakan quality of life tersebut rendah apabila kuesioner dari angka tersebut itu memenuhi. Jadi dari kuesioner tersebut itu ada 42 kuesioner, di mana masing-masing indikator tersebut memiliki pertanyaan-pertanyaan seputar dari domain tersebut. Jadi dari 4 domain tersebut ada memiliki masing-masing pertanyaan. Nah, kemudian apabila scoring hasil akhir kuesioner tersebut di bawah batas rata-rata yang sudah ditentukan, itu bisa dikatakan termasuk dalam golongan quality of life-nya itu di kategori low, high, medium.
Oke, baik. Berarti pengkategorian itu tidak berdasarkan statistik, ya. Maksudnya dibikin kategori nilai ini 1 sampai berapa itu enggak, ya, tapi berdasarkan indikator, ya.
Ya, betul itu.
Okay, baik. I have one question, Bu Pipit. Can it be explained that the coefficient is a negative? Yeah. I think the have a related the independent variable and dependent, yeah. But the coefficient, or you call alpha, maybe is a negative. What is mean?
I'm sorry. Okay. Tadi Ibu bilang Bu Pipit, maaf saya Bu Adel.
Oh iya, Bu Adelia. Sorry.
Ya.
Padahal Pak Pipit, ya.
Iya.
Sorry, Bu Adelia.
Baik Bu, jadi saya akan menjawab. Tadi kan dari correlation saya kan ada negatif kan Bu ya. Nah, sedangkan saya menggunakan datanya, menggunakan SPSS-nya itu statistiknya itu menggunakan kendal TAU. Jadi dalam konsepnya kendal TAU ini ada yang namanya positif dan negatif. Nah, dikarenakan judul saya adalah hubungan antara kecemasan dengan kualitas hidup, di mana apabila kecemasan tersebut rendah, itu akan mengikuti kualitas hidup yang rendah. Jadi bisa dikatakan signifikan dikarenakan nilai alfa menetapkan 0,005 dan hasil yang saya analisis itu keluar 0,02, berarti dikatakan kurang dari 0,005 dan kemudian correlation coefficientnya itu muncul angka negatif, yaitu negatif 0,389, berarti itu dapat dikatakan signifikan, yang berarti kan signifikan linear negatif.
Atau enggak begini ya, berarti kan negatif tuh kalau tingkat kecemasannya tinggi maka kualitas hidupnya rendah. Jika tingkat kecemasannya rendah maka kualitas hidupnya tinggi gitu ya, jadi baik gitu ya.
Iya.
Ya mungkin hasil maksud definisi negatif bisa diterjemahkan itu ya, jadi kok negatif tuh kenapa gitu ya. Jadi karena ini kan berbeda ya, berbalikan ya, semakin cemas mestinya semakin kalau positif tuh kan semakin cemas maka semakin tinggi kualitasnya, tapi karena ini kualitas hidup maka kualitas hidupnya semakin cemas maka semakin rendah tingkat kualitas hidupnya gitu ya. Mungkin nanti bisa dipelajari lagi ya Bu Adelia, karena memang sebenarnya menarik nih, jadi bisa dibahas kaitannya koefisien negatifnya gitu ya. Tadi belum didiskusikan kembali gitu ya untuk koefisien negatifnya. Ya, thank you Bu Adelia, thank you very much. It is very interesting, special to I think audience, a lot of from student di Nusantara University, and then if we take skripsi, the time will be inspired to can learn about your tema ya, maybe ya, tema Bu Adelia ini cukup bagus untuk khusus untuk K3 ya. Untuk K3 sangat menarik. Ya, thank you Bu Adelia. We give a big applause to Bu Adelia. Okay, we will continue the 5 speaker ya. Ibu Nurul Syaffarifah Alia. Ibu Nurul, are you ready?
You can call
for
me
your
Alia,
presentation?
ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
good.
Okay, please allow me to share the PowerPoint, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good morning, everyone. In this insightful session of the 4th International Seminar and Workshop of Public Health Action, allow me to thank for the opportunity has given to us to present our article with the title Qualitative Study, Knowledge, Behavior, and Risk Factor of Hypertension Community Living in Kuitang, Central Jakarta. And me, Nur Syarifah Aliyah, a doctoral student of Public Health Study Program Universitas Indonesia, will represent the article as the speaker in this presentation. Okay, here is the outline of my presentation. First, background of the study, that hypertension is either one of quite crucial medical condition that would affect the wrist, heart, brain, kidney disease, and any other disease. About 1.13 billion of world population is suffering from hypertension, where most of them live in the lower and middle income countries, including Indonesia. Here is the prevalence of hypertension from Basic Health Survey in Indonesia. We can see from the diagram that the prevalence of hypertension based on doctor diagnosis and self-diagnosis was decreased from 2013 to 2018. while the prevalence of hypertension based on the direct measurement on survey was increased from 2013 about 25.8 to 34.1 in 2018. And then here is the number of hypertension in Jakarta, in special capital region of Jakarta, become one of province in Indonesia with the highest prevalence of hypertension, about 33.43% based on direct measurement. And then one of city in special capital region of Jakarta with the highest prevalence of hypertension based on direct measurement on survey was Central Jakarta, about 39.5, while this prevalence is higher than national prevalence. And then Kuitang sub-district is one of sub-district in Central Jakarta with also the higher prevalence of hypertension. The cases is about 55.3%. There are several hypertension management program in Indonesia, pos pembinaan terpadu or posbindu non-communicable disease, and then healthy Indonesian program PISPK with family approach. Also, hypertension become one of main non-communicable disease that's required to be implemented by health division and community through public health and individual health efforts. And also there are many previous study regarding the risk of hypertension, including age, education level, profession, family hypertension, and etc. And then public education potentially be the influence factor of the occurrence of hypertension, where hypertension sufferer awareness regarding the disease on their body is the main key of medication adherence. Previous study also shows that hypertension patient that has well knowledge related to the hypertension has a good correlation with the medication adherence that could supporting the control of blood pressure. Along with various government running program, health workers have a significant role involving the success of the program. The objective of this study is to discover knowledge, behaviors, and risk factors that being suffered from by the hypertensive community living in Kuitang sub-district Central Jakarta, along with hypertension prevention programs in the region. This study using qualitative study with phenomenology approach, with participant is women in productive age with inclusion criteria. There are hypertension patient in 18 until 55 years old, and native resident in Kuitang sub-district willing to be a respondent, and they are capable to communicate, where the participant be able to telling their experience along with hypertension properly and what they knew regarding hypertension. For the data collection, first we create the list name of community which suffering hypertension from Posbindu on April 2023, and then next we conducted participant election based on inclusion criteria, which results about 8 participants. Then we conducted in-depth structure interview in May 2023. Then we also interview the supervisor of a non-communicable disease program in Kuitang Public Health Center for triangulation process. For the data analysis, we collected verbal description data using voice recording tool, and then we made it in the form of verbatim transcripts. Next, from the transcript, we create a matrix and we carry out grouping with several terms. Then from the result of matrix, we analyze with content analysis technique. Here is the result of the study. From the graphic, we can see the characteristic of participant, that most of them is not working or a housewife, and most of them also have been suffering from hypertension more than 1 year. Next is the initial overview of diagnosed hypertension. From the interview, we can see that most of symptoms that has been suffer from the patient is they are had a dizzy on their head, heavy head as it being stabbed, and about 2 participants had diagnosed hypertension when they were getting the second and third pregnant in the age of over 30. And during pregnancy, they didn't feel any of hypertension symptoms as quote here. And then from this study, participant with hypertension is mostly asymptomatic in the early stage of their disease, and most of them didn't consider they have high blood pressure as the disease until they check it in the healthcare. Research finding is in line with the previous study that participants diagnosed by change in a hospital or primary health care. This finding also in line with previous study that high blood pressure was a silent disease and almost no obvious symptoms and serious complication in its early stage. Next, we interview about knowledge about hypertension. There are about knowledge about the causes that most of participants answers that majority hypertension due to behavioral factors such as consumption of food containing salt or coconut milk, lack of rest, lot of thoughts, rarely exercise, fatigue, or body is not fit. And the knowledge about the dangers, all of participants state that hypertension is a dangerous disease which it can cause strokes, heart effects, and then falls in the bathroom, and it's dangerous if untreated. And knowledge about disease prevention, all participants also answer that hypertension can be prevented mostly with a good lifestyle. Here is summary of the result and quote of the participant. Okay, next we also conducted interview with the health provider that responsible for the non-communicable disease program at the Kuitang Sub-District Health Center. The results showed that they state that in public health in Kuitang Sub-District Health Center, they have a non-communicable disease program for hypertension and diabetes mellitus screening. And for routine activities, they have Prosbindu every once a month and the chronic disease management program or Prolanis once every 6 months. And there were a development program regarding hypertension and its risk factor by doctors, but it's only for the cadres. For counseling for hypertension to the community is only carried out during Prosbindu activities. And when we interview, the key informants didn't really understand what a risk factor of hypertension was. Next, we interview about patient behavior. It's related to the frequency of attending post-bindu activities in their area and adherence to taking hypertension medication. Most of participants routinely attended post-bindu activities, and about 5 participants consuming medicine, but just 3 of them consuming medicine once a day routinely. Participants who didn't take hypertension medication reasoned that they didn't like taking medicine. Next, we interview also about risk factor of hypertension with some of question. And risk factor of hypertension consists of modifiable and non-modifiable disease, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factor. For modifiable factor, there are about smoking behavior that most of several participants is a smoker and they has been smoke from they are young. And for alcohol consumption, also several participants was drinking alcohol. And for sleep quality, several participants has problem with their sleep quality, such as insomnia. And then for physical activity, because most of them is a housewife, they have not active every day, not really active. And then for consumption of vegetable and fruits, most of them only eat vegetables and rarely eat fruit. And then for non-modifiable disease, for modifiable risk factor, about family history, several of them has a family history of hypertension and also comorbid such as heart disease, cholesterol, and diabetes. It is clear that cause of hypertension consists of modifiable risk factor include unhealthy diets, physical inactivity, tobacco and alcohol consumption, and being overweight. Another was non-modifiable risk factors include family history of hypertension, age over 65 years, and coexisting disease such as diabetes or kidney disease. And then a conclusion of this study that we can conclude that knowledge of hypertension participant in Kuitang Sub-District regarding hypertension, cause, effects, and prevention were good enough, but health behavior to prevent the disease were still limited. It shows that there were so many risk factors experienced by the participant. And being a lifelong illness, hypertension requires to continue treatment. Therefore, identifying and controlling its risk factor could help to prevent the disease. And for hypertension prevention program in Kuitang Sub-District has been done by the Public Health Center officer through Posbindu program, but educating regarding the risk factor of the disease is still limited. And suggestion for a public health center in Kuitang, they should encourage the hypertension program, especially regarding its risk factors, using promotion media which consider accessibility to the community. And for further research, maybe it need to conduct the research with another characteristic of participant. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you, ma'am. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, your research. Yeah, I think this complicated. Maybe you will long time to get data qualitative. Maybe yeah, but you use 5 respondent. Yeah, only 5 respondent.
Eight years. Sorry, eight years respondent, ma'am.
Oh.
8.
Ya, Bu Nurul nih, Bu Nurul ya. The result of your research conclude knowledge of participant in Kuitang sub-district regarding hypertension were good enough ya. How do you determine the good enough category?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can conclude good because when we ask about the disease, most of them can answer that what is the cause, but they didn't know the different cause with respect to they only describe the cause based on their feeling, what they feel in their body, such as they feel headache and then what's is difficult to walk when they have signs and symptoms, when signs and symptoms appear. And then about the effects, they also sometimes their answer the question the knowledge about the effects prevention is based on what they see in the social media, ma'am. But when I triangulate that from the Kuitang Health Center for the risk factor and also the to encourage the knowledge is rarely to conducted, but because the activities for the community is only medical, such as medical checkup like high blood pressure measurement, and then after that it's done. And for the risk factor, they only know about the risk factor effects prevention only when they were feel and from social media when I interview them.
Okay, yeah. Yes. Okay, and I have one question again hypertension is not infectious disease Bu Nurul but when there increases number of case of hypertension
Yes.
what cause it usually the hypertension almost elder but now young people can have hypertension. You can explain about that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Actually, this study is small parts of my dissertation, ma'am. In my dissertation, I also found that most of the sufferer is young people, 18 years old and 25 years old. They suffer from hypertension, but when we interview that, most of them usually not active, and then from the theory, we all know that hypertension is a degenerative disease, and it can increase when the patient have a history of family history of hypertension,
Yeah.
and have
Genetic maybe, yeah.
yes, genetic.
uh,
It's based on the genetic, and then so it can make that young people also have hypertension, and then uh, also physical activity. That in my study I also analyze the relationship of air pollution. Air pollution with hypertension also have have a relationship. That's what I research now, and then also the another cause is because of health behavior, health behavior such as eat so much food containing salt, and now we know that in this area the food the food development is such as junk food, and then yeah, and etc. Yeah, that make young people also have that the disease. I think that's my
Yeah. Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Ibu Nurul, yeah.
Thank
It's
you,
very good.
ma'am.
It's very inspiration, yeah, to our audience and me. And it is very interesting, yeah, your research, yeah. Thank you,
ma'am.
Bu Nurul. Give a big applause to Bu Nurul, yeah. Okay, we will continue to the last speaker, Mbak Widya. Mbak Widya, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Mbak Widya, are you ready?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Let me introduce myself. My name is Widya Putri Ardana. Please ask for permission to present a paper from the PBK Ormawa HMKM activities. This is a title of optimizing rice farming productivity with smart farming technology, pest control towers, Mandalima and sprinkle sprayer to improve the economy in Projo district. Background, agriculture in Indonesia is also the sector that absorbs the most work. This can be seen based on data from the Central Statistics Agency, BPS, in 2020. It was recorded that around 33.4 million people work in the agricultural sector. One of the large agriculture products in Indonesia is rice. Cultivation of rice plant must be done well in order to produce paddy or rice with high quality and quantity. Farmers chose pesticides as a means to reduce pest disturbance to improve the quality of agriculture product. Therefore, an innovation emerged in the form of a pest control tower Mandalima, which can work automatically so that farmers can be more efficient with their spraying time and reduce the health impacts due to manual use of pesticide sprayers. Podorejo subdistrict has an area 605,349 hectares with an agricultural land area of more than 50 hectares. Why Mandalima? There is no innovative technology related to rice farming yet. The inactivity of the Sidomakmur farming community, rice farming yield have decreased due to an explosion of pest. Purpose of Mandalima, number one, implementation of innovative technology to counter pests, increase effort to improve farmers' occupational health and safety, increase farming productivity after controlling pests with Mandalima. Methods, analysis and survey of the potential of Podorejo, needs assessment, FGD, forum group discussion, schemes design and constructions of Mandalima, community target, Sidomakmur farming community Podorejo village, 25 people. The community makes a living as farmer in Podorejo subdistrict. Analysis and survey of the potential of Podorejo. The Sidomakmur farming community is monitored and evaluated by the Agriculture Service Agency through direct monitoring and filling out accountability reports for each member of the Sidomakmur farmers. Mandalima development on agriculture land belong to the Podorejo subdistrict, which is managed by the chairman of the Sidomakmur farmer group. Socialization of program that can increase sympathy and open up farmer members to ask for help with participation for the surrounding community. The result of the survey of the select location, Mandalima will be built in strategic area, easy to access, easy to reach, and makes it easier for farmers to carry out their activity. The agricultural land use is precisely in Podorejo Village, RT3, RW10, Engalian, District Semarang City. Forum group discussion, the discussion of the Mandalima development plan with policy makers and farmer groups regarding location, time, and parties involved. Supporting party, this PPK Ormawati, supervisory lecture, University Dianuswantoro, village head Ormawa HMKM, Sidomakmur Farmers Community, Department of Agriculture, and Podorejo Community. This is a picture of the system used operates Mandalima, and next to there is picture of Mandalima. With Mandalima, it will help farmer to streamline the time for spraying pesticides and nutrition for rice on very large rice field. Farming also benefit from the automation system. Farmer will avoid the dangers of exposure to pesticides so that farmers are healthier and more productive. We have high hopes that if Mandalima can be used, rice production will increase, thereby improving the economy through farming. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mbak Widya. Any question to Mbak Widya? Ya, Mbak Widya. I want you explain how Mandalima work. Ya, bisa dijelaskan nih kerjanya, mekanisme kerjanya Mandalima itu kayak apa gitu.
Baik Ibu, izin menjawab menggunakan bahasa Indonesia nggih.
Ya,
Baik, jadi Mandalima sendiri itu suatu alat yang dimana nanti itu terdapat sprinkle sprayer untuk menyemprotkan pestisida, di mana di Podorejo sendiri itu terdapat masalah yaitu hama, dan di Podorejo sendiri petaninya sendiri masih menggunakan penyemprotan pestisida dengan manual. Jadi kami berinovasi ingin menciptakan alat yaitu Mandalima supaya petaninya itu tidak terpapar langsung oleh pestisida dan kemudian juga tidak terdapat penyakit-penyakit akibat kerja. Kemudian di Mandalima sendiri itu tidak hanya ada sprinkle sprayer, tetapi juga terdapat suara ultrasonik untuk pengusir tikus. Kemudian ada jaring-jaring untuk menutupi padi yang sudah berbuah. Kemudian terdapat memedi sawah, dan semua komponen tersebut itu dijalankan oleh sistem di mana kami tidak menggunakan listrik, tetapi kami menggunakan listrik dari panel surya seperti itu.
Oke, baik, Mbak Widya. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think finish because the time is limited. The audience and the presenter will be continue to follow plenary session maybe. Thank you very much. We would like to say thank again for the presenter and all of the audience. If there is anything inappropriate during the presentation, I apologize. Hopefully the presentation will give benefit for you, and I thank you your attention. I will close the oral presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, the audience will join the plenary session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
A service to support the promotion and prevention, even for the person in the remote areas, so that they still have or they still can maintain their health care conditions, even they cannot go to the city for facilities. I think that's what I can say or I can share for our JKN program. I hope this is beneficial for everyone, and we go for the next discussion. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back to the moderator. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the excellent presentation from Mrs. Lily. Now we will get the discussion section. Maybe I will emphasize some of the presentation of Mrs. Lily. BPJS already implement a program for 5 level of prevention and also already implement digital health in BPJS. And recently, BPJS also developed eye care that in the future become personal medical record for every citizen in Indonesia. Right now, I will ask the audience in online and offline, is there any question for Mrs. Lily? Is there any question in the online or Zoom? Can admin share the question in the
Knowledge is one in 2000.
screen?
Knowledge behavior.
No?
Okay, Assalamualaikum
Help
warahmatullahi
us.
wabarakatuh.
There is any
Good
question
morning, everyone. In this insightful session,
Yes,
of the
there is
Fourth
a question
International
from
Workshop
participant
on
offline.
Infection, allow me to thank for the opportunity has given to us to present our
Please
articles
mention what's your name from the affiliation.
and risk factor of hypertension.
Thank you. Bu Eni Rama, mohon maaf pakai bahasa Indonesia. Jadi pada dasarnya matur nuwun Bu Lili atas kesempatannya. Mohon maaf untuk memakai bahasa Indonesia. Tadi kan banyak dipresentasikan terkait dengan program kerjanya dari BPJS Kesehatan, itu lebih cenderung ke usaha preventif dan promotif. Nah, itu sebetulnya sudah bagus ya ketika ngomong masalah BPJS, itu kan sudah lebih dari 5 tahun berjalan. Kemudian hal yang perlu digarisbawahi adalah usaha preventif dan promotif itu pada dasarnya di FKTP itu sebetulnya sudah berjalan dengan cukup baik. Tetapi kalau kita melihat masalah ke arah prolanis juga, ini seperti pengalaman-pengalaman yang ada di pasien gitu ya. Untuk masalah aware terhadap kesehatan, tadi contohnya masalah yang paling banyak adalah hipertensi dan diabetes mellitus. Dan itu memang program kerja di prolanis ke arah situ semua. Mereka datang untuk menjadi prolanis itu ketika pasien itu sudah istilahnya pergi ke rumah sakit. Nah, dengan kondisi-kondisi yang sudah sakit gitu. Jadi tidak ada istilahnya mereka datang ke puskesmas dengan keluhannya mau screening atau usaha-usaha pengecekan. Itu kan kalau datang ke puskesmas dia hanya mengeluh masalah kok kayak masuk angin ataupun masalah GERD dan sebagainya, mesti mengarahnya ke sana. Akhirnya mereka ketika sudah di rumah terus mengalami kegagalan fungsi, mereka akhirnya pergi ke rumah sakit walaupun tidak hanya lewat UGD tetapi bisa juga langsung menuju ke mengakses dengan out of pocket, yaitu ke spesialis jantung. Setelah dicek dengan biaya sendiri baru tahu nih, oh ada masalah takikardia ataupun yang lain. Nah, itu yang hal-hal tersebut, masalah-masalah promotion itu menjadi masalah-masalah yang sangat klasik gitu loh di puskesmas yang kurang bisa menembus ke masyarakat ataupun dari pihak BPJS sendiri yang kurang bisa menembus ke masyarakat. Kemudian masalah promotion yang kedua adalah masalah vaksinasi. Nah, masalah vaksinasi itu pun juga menjadi hal yang polemik juga nih. Kenapa? Karena masyarakat mau mengakses vaksinasi masuk ke puskesmas pun juga ada beberapa orang yang ini kan kalau puskesmas melayani vaksinasi hanya di jam-jam tertentu. Dan akhirnya apa? Mereka yang notabene-nya adalah para pekerja, baik bapak ibunya yang bekerja untuk mengakses vaksinasi ke anaknya, akhirnya ke imunicare ya, ke imunicare, baik itu ke klinik yang menyediakan imunicare ataupun ke rumah sakit yang sudah berafiliasi dengan Bio Farma dan imunicare. Ya akhirnya apa
Can
itu
you
yang
make
itu
us
juga
simple the
itu
Also,
question?
there
juga
are many previous
masalah
study
out of
regarding the
bucket
risk
lagi.
of
Jadi apa sih
hypertension,
terobosan
age,
dari
education
ibu dari
level,
pihak
occupation,
BPJS
family
sendiri yang memang ke
hypertension,
primericare
etc.
untuk
And
apa
then
istilahnya
public education
hal-hal masalah
potentially be
usaha preventif promotif itu yang bisa mendekatkan ke masyarakat. Begitu aja dari saya, matur nuwun.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Faik, for the question. I think I will collect the question first. I heard that one question from Zoom. Can someone share the question from Zoom? Oh, Zoom or offline? Zoom. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Please give your question directly to Mrs. Lily.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Naufal dari mahasiswa Fakultas Kesehatan Universitas Dianuswantoro.
hypertension suffer awareness
Izin
regarding
bertanya,
the disease.
I want to ask about what are the challenges of program
Previous study
Prolanis.
also shows that hypertension patient that has well knowledge related to the
Thank you.
hypertension has a good correlation with the medication
Okay,
adherence that could supporting the control of blood pressure.
Thank you for the
Along with
question.
various government running program, health workers have
Mrs.
a
Lily,
significant role
can we
in
still
the
have
success
one
of the
question from the audience?
The objective of the study
Okay.
is to discover knowledge,
Please give
behaviors,
simple,
and
right?
risk factors that may suffer
Because he
from
has a
by the
limited
hypertensive
time.
community living in Kuitang Subdistrict, Central Jakarta, along with hypertension prevention programs in the region. This study using qualitative study with phenomenology approach with participant is women in productive age with inclusion criteria that are hypertension patient in 18 until 55 years old and native resident in Kuitang Subdistrict willing to be a respondent and they are capable to communicate where the participant be able to telling
Prolens
their
program is
experience along with
so
hypertension
great,
properly
and
what they
but
knew
the
regarding hypertension.
but health
For the data
seeking
collection,
behavior
first
of
we create a
our
list
community in
which
Indonesia
summary
is
hypertension
below.
from
So
Postindu
how
on
to
April
embrace our community
2023.
to join
And then
Prolens
next we
and maybe
conducted
how to
participant
strategy
selection
to
based
make
on
our
inclusion
community
criteria, which results
aware
from
about
8
maintenance their
participants.
health.
Then we
Thank you.
conducted in-depth structure
Okay,
interview in
thank you.
May
I think
2023.
Mrs. Lily, I
Then
can
we also
combine
interviewed
the
the
question.
supervisor of
The
a
first
non-communicable
question
disease
is
program in
talking
Kuitang
about
Public Health Center
what is
for
the
the evaluation process.
innovation of BPJS to
For the
make
data analysis, we
program in
collected verbal
preventive and
description data
promotion
using voice
become
recording tool,
successful.
and then
The
we made
second
it
is
in the form of verbatim
the challenge
transcripts.
of Prolens is
Next,
to
for the
become
transcript, we create a
implement in the
matrix and
community.
we
Okay,
carry out
time is
grouping with
yours.
several terms.
Thank you.
Then, from the result of matrix, we
Thank you,
analyze
Pak
with
Fai,
content analysis
Mas
technique.
Naufal, and Alfie for
Here
the
is the
question.
result of the study from the
The
graphic
first
with
statement that I would
see
like
the
to say
characteristic
is
of participant
that
that
is true what Nancy said, that health-seeking behavior of
hypertension.
our community
This
is very
program
low.
in Kuitang
And
Public
that
Health
is
Center for
what
the
Pak
evaluation
Faik
process.
also found out.
For the data
That
analysis, we collected verbal description
when we
data
started
using
to
voice recording
make
tool,
this
and then we made it
health
in the form
history
of verbatim
screening
transcripts. Next,
throughout
from the transcript,
Indonesia.
we create a matrix
At
and
first, in
we carry out
2021, we
grouping with
only
several
reached
terms.
2 million
Then, from the
people
result
who
of
are
matrix, we
willingly
analyze with content
doing
analysis
the
technique.
health screening,
Here
health
is
history
the
screening.
result of
And
the
in 2022, we managed to become to get 15 million people doing this health
from the
screening,
graphic, we can
health
see the
history
characteristic
screening.
of participants.
When we were first doing the mandatory screening, so people cannot get health services before they fill the screening
Most of
test.
them is
There is
not working
so
or a
many
housewife, and
objections to that. We have
most of them
faces
also
many
have been
challenges when
suffering
people
from hypertension
cannot
more than 1
access
year.
the service before they
Next is the
fulfill
initial
the
overview of
health
diagnosed
screening.
hypertension. From the
or health
interview,
history
we can
screening.
see that
We're facing many
most of symptoms
objections
that
and
has
challenges,
been
but we're still coming
suffer from
forward.
the
And
from
now
the
in
patient is they are
2023,
have a dizzy on their
we are
head, heavy
managed,
head,
we
expecting state,
targeting
and
around
about 2
30
participants
million
had diagnosed
people
hypertension when they
who
were getting the
do the
second and
health
third pregnant
history
in the age
screening.
of over
And
30.
in some
And during pregnancy, they
facility,
didn't
we
feel
make
any
it
of
mandatory.
hypertension symptoms.
So
As quote
people,
here.
when they want to
And
come to
then
our clinics or puskesmas,
from
they
this study,
have to
participants with
fill out
hypertension is
the health history
mostly
screening
asymptomatic in
before
the
they get
early stage
access.
of their
This is not easy actually, but we
disease,
have
and most
we
of them
must
didn't consider they
teach
have
or we
high
must
blood pressure
educate
as the
our
disease
people
until they
how
check
to
it
conduct
in the
this.
healthcare.
And the
Research
second, we
finding is in
also
line with the
give
previous
a
study that
very
participants diagnosed by change in
massive
a hospital or primary
education
healthcare.
throughout
This
media.
finding also in line with
Nowadays,
previous study that high
I
blood
always say
pressure
that
was a
BPJS
silent
Kesehatan
disease
is
and
not
almost
only
no
for
obvious
sick
symptoms and
people,
serious
but they
complications
are
in its
also
early
for
stage.
healthy people who would like
Next,
to
we
assess their own,
interview
or
about
they make
knowledge about
self-assessment
hypertension.
of their own
There
risk
are about knowledge about the
of
causes
disease,
that
so they can
most
get
of
an
participants
earlier
answers that
treatment if
majority
whenever it
hypertension
happens.
due to
So
behavioral
we are
factors such
still
as consumption
trying
of
to
food
do
containing salt or
so
coconut milk,
many
like compressed, lot of
ways
rarely
to
exercise, fatigue,
to
or body is not fit.
encourage
And
people
knowledge
to do the
house, but they on
screening of
the
their health care.
respect
But it is not easy, Pak
tentang
Faik.
health and
I know that people tend to come
experience by the
only when they are
participants.
sick,
And
and
being a lifelong illness,
then they
hypertension
go for
requires to
their out of
continue
pocket
treatment.
money. But
Therefore,
this is
identifying and
our
controlling its
challenge
risk factor
actually.
could help to prevent the
We
disease.
really
And
give
for
a
hypertension
massive
prevention program in Kuitang
education we
Sub-District
do
has
from
been done by
social
the Public
media
Health Center official
to
purpose
give
with the program.
people
But
insight.
educating
We also
regarding the
do
risk factor of
transformation
the
of
disease is still
quality
limited.
of JKN.
And
We
suggestion
make
for a
sure
public
that
health
every
center in
facilities
Kuitang, they
has
should
improved their
encourage the
quality of
hypertension
services,
program,
so that
especially
the
regarding its
trust
risk factors,
of people, of the
using promotion
community to
media which
BPJS
consider
Kesehatan is also
accessibility to the
encouraged,
community. And for further
increased.
research, maybe it needs
So
to
when the
conduct
trust of
the
the
research with
people
another
is
characteristic of
increased to
participants.
BPJS Kesehatan,
Okay,
I hope
I think
they
that's
will
all.
find
Thank you,
BPJS
ma'am.
Kesehatan
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
can
wabarakatuh.
provide what they need in
Waalaikumsalam
the health
warahmatullahi.
settings.
Yeah,
in the
it's
healthcare
very
setting.
good.
So
Yeah.
this is still a challenge, but we
Your
hope
research.
that
Yeah, I
by
think
doing
this
this screening
complicated.
of health,
Maybe you will
health history, and also the screening of healthcare
long time to
healthcare
get
laboratory or
data
examination,
qualitative
we
maybe. Yeah.
can get
But
a better treatment
you
and an
you
earlier
use five
decision of
respondent.
giving
Yeah,
the
only
prompt
five
treatment.
respondent.
And I hope everyone here, or every stakeholders of JKN, is also supporting this this movement. Let's do health history screening every year,
Bu Nurul,
at least once a
the
year,
result of your research
and we
conclude
do it every
knowledge
year,
of participant
so
in
we can know
sub-district regarding
the potency
hypertension
of disease that we
were good
may
enough. Yeah.
develop in the future.
How do
And
you do
Mbak
determine
Alfi, this is also
the good enough
one of your
category?
duty as a public health
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can
community.
conclude
You are
because when
you
we
are going
ask
to
about
be
the
a public
disease,
health
most of them can answer that
practitioner
what is the cause,
in the
but
field.
they
So
didn't
you
know
also
the different cause with
has the
respect to they
obligation
only
to make people aware
they only
of their health,
describe
and
the cause based on
BPJS
their
Kesehatan is doing
their
the
feeling, what
digital
they
transformation
feel in
is
their
also
body, such as they feel
what we call to enhance
headache,
this
and then
behavior of
what's
a
is
health-seeking
difficult
behavior. We give them
to walk when
consultation
they have
online. You
signs
can
and
do it by
symptoms, when signs and
mobile
symptoms
JKN,
appear,
and
and then
we can also
about the effects, they
do the
also
telemedicine. If you are
sometimes
in the remote
their
areas, your
answer
access to
the
this
question
specialist is limited.
the
We
knowledge
can
about the
provide
effects
you with
prevention
the
is
telemedicine.
based on
So
what they
there is no.
see
We
in the
hope that there is no
social media,
obstacles for
but
our
when
members to get
I
access
triangulate, yeah,
to
that
health
from
facilities.
the
So in
Bintang
this,
Health
with this
Center for the
all
risk
movement,
factor and
we
also
hope that
to
everyone
encourage the knowledge is
can assess
it is
their
rarely
own
to
health conditions
conducted, but
within the
because the
early stage.
activities
And
for
Mas Naufal, the challenges of
community is
program
only
Polaris is
medical, such as medical
is
checkup, like
the person or
blood
the member
pressure
that with the
measurement, and then
disease if they don't
after that
feel
is
it important
done, and for
to
the risk factor they
come
only know
and to
about
join this Prolanis,
the
it's still very
risk factor
challenging. But
effects
we
prevention
believe
only
that
when they
every
were feel and
primary
from
care
social media when I
facilities that has been
interview him.
contracted with us has the innovation how
Okay,
to
yeah.
get this member to
Okay,
come to Prolanis, because we
I have
make some
one question,
indicators.
yeah.
So for the
Again,
facility,
yeah,
the
hypertension
primary
is
care
not
facility,
infectious
we give
disease, yeah.
incentives.
Guru,
We give
yeah.
incentive if
But
they can
when they are
get
increases number
this
of case
person with
of
diabetes and
hypertension,
hypertension
yeah.
controlled, and then this will become
What
their indicators of
usually
performance
the
that
hypertension,
is related to
hypertension,
the amount of the capitation
almost
paid for them. So
elder, yeah.
whenever
But
they get
no,
more person with controlled
young
diabetes
people
and
can
hypertension, they will get more payment.
can
So I hope these
have
incentives will
hypertension.
give more
You can explain
primary care
about that.
facilities more loot to
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
to get
Actually, this
their
study is
members
small part of
more
my
healthy
dissertation,
all the
ma'am.
time.
In my
I think that
dissertation,
will.
I
I
also
hope
found
that
most
answers
of
all your questions.
most
Thank
of
you, Bu
the
Eni.
sufferer is
Thank you,
young,
Mrs. Lily,
young
for a great
people,
discussion.
18
And for the
18
next
years old
section,
and
on
25
behalf
years old,
of
they
the
suffer from
committee, I would
hypertension.
like
But
give
when we
appreciation for
interview
Mrs.
that
Lily
most
award
of them
certificate. Mrs.
usually
Lily, can
Thank
not
you.
you
agree,
see
and
our
then
screen?
Okay, thank you.
from the theory,
Thank you again, and hope you get an excellent meeting for the next session. Thank
Oh
you
yeah, thank you.
very
Can I
much.
take pictures first?
Okay.
I would like to take these pictures.
history of
Thank you.
family history of hypertension.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you
I
next
yeah.
time. See you next collaboration.
Thank you. See you later.
It can
Bye.
make that young people also
Bye.
have hypertension, and then
Okay.
that in my study
For
I
the
also
next
analyze
session,
the relation
we will
of
go
relationship
to
of
the
evolution
second
and evolution
speaker.
with hypertension also have have a relationship.
The
That's what
committee, the
I
speaker is already
research
joined
now.
in the Zoom.
Then also the another cause is because of health behavior, health behavior such as eat.
Okay. I would like to invite
And we
Angela
know that
Y.M.
this
Leo
area
from
food,
Hong Kong Polytechnic University.
the food development is
The
such
committee
as
pin
junk food and
the
then
speaker.
etc. Yeah, that make young people also have that disease. I think that's
This is Angela from Hong Kong,
Yeah, thank
from the School
you,
of Nursing,
Nuru,
the
yeah.
Hong
It's
Kong
very good,
Polytechnic
it's very,
University,
inspiring
and I'm also the president of
inspiration,
the
yeah,
Asia
to
Health Literacy
our,
Association.
audience and
Thank you, Amy, to invite me to join this very important international seminar and workshop on public health action. So my great honor to meet everyone via this Zoom.
Okay, Angela, I will share your CV to the audience. In the committee, share the Angela. Angela is a professor and director of WO Collaborating Center for Community Health Service in School of Nursing of Hong Kong Polytechnic University. And she is an active researcher in health literacy and dementia caregiving, and with a wide range of publication in international journal. And she also dedicated to community-based health promotion initiative. She served as executive board member of International Union for Health Promotion and Education, member of World Health Organization Global Network on Long-Term Care, and also WHO Clinical Consortium and Healthy Aging. I think she is an excellent expert for health literacy. So I will give opportunity for Angela Leong to share the presentation. You have 30 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let me see the screen first. Yeah. Okay, right. So I can see the screen right now. Okay, thank you. So my great honor to join the seminar. Here I noticed that we have a section called the health literacy role in improving the healthy lives in the era of society 5.0. And this is so interesting that I think the themes fit very well with the knowledge that I have and the experience that I had here. And in this talk, I would like to highlight some of the issues in relation to health literacy by the time when we develop program and evaluate the program. As Emmy has mentioned, I've done a lot of work in health literacy, and some of the work are on the Chinese population. So here I'd like to share the experience with you. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the presentation will be divided into two parts. The first part, I would like to show to you the system that I developed 2 years ago at the time when we have COVID. And this is called the Blended Gaming COVID Training System, and is tailor-made for the staff in the residential care home. I will talk about how we develop the system and how we deal with the issues of health literacy and also and some of the evaluation that we have done on this system. Can I just check? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, right. Thank you. And the second part of the talk would be focusing on digital health literacy, which I think everyone is now looking at information from the internet. It is very important to emphasize on the digital health literacy, and I will show you how this digital health literacy is related to psychological well-being. Next slide, please. Okay, so this blended gaming COVID training system, I make it short as a BGCTS, is a system that we develop it in a very structured way. By the time when we have COVID, we all understand that we want people to pay attention to infection control. Particularly those people who are working for older people. Sorry, there's a voice over here. Jadi kan itu absen loh yang maybe someone needs to mute the mic. Itu loh, ada yang nanya, kamu ada yang nanya, ada yang nanya, terus. Okay, good. So thank you. So now this system is a structured one, and we make it as a standard according to the WHO infection control guidelines, as well as the local guidelines in Hong Kong. So we make it standardized in a way that we want people to use it to understand about the infection control guidelines with a very easy way to do it. So the system is made in an easy to manage one. And we want people, particularly those people who are working in the residential care homes, to recap the principles of infection control very quickly, so that the system is developed for the staff in these residential care homes. We all know that people working in the residential care homes, they are very busy and they do not have a lot of time. So that's why the training is tailor-made for them in a precise manner. That means that we want to let them learn in a short period of time, and at the same time, the time is a quality time for training. So this is the first type of training, I think in Hong Kong and in the world, that we use game to train people with infection control concept. We understand the staff, they may not have very high level of health literacy, so asking them to understand the lengthy infection control guidelines would be very challenging. So that's why we are addressing their health literacy levels when we develop this system. Next slide, please. So on the right-hand side, you can see this is the guidelines issued by the WHO at the time when we have COVID. They talk about what we should do in the healthcare facilities. And at the same time, we make good use of this structure to develop the system with 8 chapters. Each chapter actually is made according to the 8 posters that WHO issue. So we keep all the data in a highly secure web server, which belongs to my university. Next slide, please. So you can see that on the right-hand side, everyone has to key in, has to log in when they use the system. Each user would have their own username and password so that they will feel safe that their data are being secured. And they can use their mobile phone, no matter it is an iPhone or Android phone, is still okay. They can also use their desktop to use it, or a tablet. So once they log in into the system, they can start their learning progress on their own pace. So whenever they click on the stories or the games, we will keep record of their learning progress. There are words, there are voice over there leading them to learn, so that even though they cannot read the wordings written on the apps, is still okay. So they also notice that there is a progress bar to show that how much they have progressed in their learning. So the key point is that they can get to know and about their own progress, and they can stop at any time when they have to deal with some urgent issues in their workplace. The good things is that when they come back to the system again, when they are free, the game will start at the time when they stop the program. So they do not need to repeat the games again once they have finished that part. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there are 8 chapters, and next slide, please. So 8 chapters, I can show to you some of the chapters that we have. The first chapters is basically the introduction and talking about what they do. And the second chapter is talking about how we can manage the patients if they are suspected with the COVID-19 in their care facilities. And so they will highlight what to do and how to deal with the environment cleaning as well. The third story is about protecting themselves from the workplace, so they can choose some PPE, the personal protective equipments for them when they deal with certain procedure. Next slide, please. We also mentioned about the environment, right? So the environment has to be clean with the required infectants. So that's why we highlight how to do it, how to prepare for the infectants. And with the pictures and the voice over there. Next slide, please. So when they talk about managing their own protection, we highlight that what kind of PPE they should choose at different procedures. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. So this one, this is the animation. I hope that you can see it. Because when they have different scenarios, they are asked to choose the PPE. Sometimes the PPEs are available, but they don't know how to choose it. So through this game, they would, based on the scenario, to choose the right PPE that they should have. So there are 5 scenarios that we set up. For example, when they are in the entrance of the residential care home, what kind of PPE they should put up. And by the time when they have some respiratory specimens collection, so they have to choose the right PPE to protect themselves. So I think many of the users of this system really enjoy this kind of game because it is very practical, and they feel that they can remember the right things with a short period of time. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the story 5 is about communication. At the time when we work in the residential care home, the staff should also get to know how to deal with the query from the family members, and also they need to learn about how to explain the situations to the family members. So that's why there are again, we use scenarios to let them choose the answers. So based on the answers that they have chosen, the scenarios will keep on changing. So that's why it is called the visual novel-based adventure. This kind of novel-based adventure is interesting because by the time when they choose different response to the questions, the scenario will keep on changing. So the ultimate goal of this kind of scenarios is to train up their communication skills so that they get to know what kind of response that they should provide to the relatives. Next slide, please. Story 6 is about some knowledge about COVID. Here we have set up multiple choices and true or false questions for them to answer. If they can answer it correctly, you can see that in the animation, the nurse can stop the virus to go into the residential care home. We have covered at least 5 areas in all these questions so as to ensure that the staff get to know about the signs and symptoms of COVID, how to clean the environment, how to prepare for the preventive measures, and knowing the means of transmission of the COVID and how they can protect themselves by doing hand and respiratory hygiene properly. So I suppose that if COVID is changed to another topic, these multiple choice questions can be changed to some other topics like normal respiratory infection or like flu, influenza vaccine, influenza infection. These kind of topics could also be converted. Next slide, please. Story 6 is all about protecting the staff so that they can learn how to deal with the stress. So we use bubbles to show different options for them to choose, and they can drag the bubbles into the lady and showing that the choice that they have made for dealing with the stress. So there are many coping strategies over there. For example, washing hands and smoking, talking to other people. Some of these answers may not be correct. So if they drag the incorrect bubbles, then the heart on the top would decrease the size and eventually the game will be over. But if they choose the correct strategies to deal with stress, then they would be able to make the ladies happier. So this kinds of response from the system is very important so that the users get to know about the correct coping strategies that they should choose by the time when they have stress. Next slide, please. So I just showed to you that the options that we have over here, some of the options are very tricky, like washing hands cannot be helpful to coping with the strategies, coping with the stress. Next slide, please. So this story is my favorite one. This one actually is talking about the 5 moments for hand hygiene. So we have captured a lot of short videos and asked them to choose which ways of hand washing is the proper way. So if they have chosen it, then a tick will be shown. But of course, if they cannot choose the correct method, a cross would be shown. So bringing up these videos to them would give them a lot of impression to show that what kind of proper hand wash should be made. And we also, the next slide, please. We also have some scenarios to show to them that how they could deal with the clients as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the clients that we need to show to them that if they are going to do the dressing for the older people, so what they should do is to clean their hand before they do anything. So this kind of scenario of hand hygiene is shown in a story. So the users can use their mobile phone and touch on the screen to choose to react as if they are dealing with the clients in the workplace. Next slide, please. So by the time when we develop the system, it is very important to involve the users. So we have invited 8 users who are the workers in the residential care home to join us in the development. We conduct qualitative interview to them so as to collect the feedbacks that they have, and sometimes they may have suggestions for us how to develop the system that fits their situations. So by the time when we have the qualitative interview, we actually go through the step one by one and collect their suggestions. So we actually have pumping questions for them and let them look at the graphics that we have designed and ask them to read aloud what they can see, and so as to check out whether our graphics could be easily understood by the staff in the residential care home. So the popping questions are important because that can give us the opportunities to ask the staff how they feel about the system that we have just developed. Based on their comments, we modify the system before we officially launch the system. Next slide, please. We also use a user acceptance test to test out whether the staff of the residential care homes feel this system is user-friendly, and we have used this user system usability scale to ask them to give the rating. If they totally agree the situations, then they would rate 5. If not, they would rate 1. So we have 10 questions asking them. Eventually, the 8 staff that who have trial used the system indicate that this system is very useful, is user friendly, and they give score 5.5 out of 7. And the mean score of the usability scale is 67.1 over 100. Next slide, please. So we are quite confident that now we have collected the comments and suggestions made by the staff, and we modify the system, and based on the comments, we improve the system a lot and also improve the presentation formats and the features. And initially, we did not put up a voiceover, but eventually we put up the voiceover and ensure that the volume is good enough, even though they are working in the noisy workplace environment. In general, the users describe this system as very informative and motivational for them to learn about infection control practice. They like the animation because they feel that these animations is pretty attractive and interesting, and they found that this kind of learning through games is fun and make them engage into the learning throughout the whole process. Next slide, please. So after the development, we want to find out whether this system is effective or not. So we use a cluster randomized control trial to test out the efficacy of this system on infection control practice. We advise the staff to use 2 weeks to use the system. And within these 2 weeks, they can assess the system without limitation. That means that they can use the system at any time they like. And we encourage them to use the system in 15 minutes for 1 chapters, and in each chapters they can spend time for 15 minutes so as to go through all the games. And so in total, since we have 8 chapters, so in total there are about 120-minute learning throughout these 2 weeks. And to support them, we have arranged face-to-face group discussion so that they can clarify the misconception, and we send a nurse to go to the residential care home to conduct these face-to-face interactive sections. Some of the homes actually would like to do these interactive sections by Zoom, so we do it by Zoom. So in total, there are 30 residential care home units participated in this cluster randomized control trial. A total of 212 workers are involved here in the trial. Next slide, please. So you can see we randomized the residential care home units so that we can have the intervention group and control group. On the left-hand side is the intervention group that eventually 7 residential care homes with 114 staff are involved in the intervention. And on the right-hand side is the control group, 6 residential care homes with 98 staff involved. So at the baseline, everyone completes a survey, and we have sent a research nurse to the homes and conduct observations. These on-site observations is important because we can objectively monitor the infection control practice that is actually happen in the homes. And after the use of the intervention, that means using the system for 2 weeks, we send the nurse to the residential care homes again to do the on-site observation, and we ask the users to fill up the survey again. Next slide, please. So you can see this is the profile of the participants in this randomized control trial, and on the mean age, they are about 47 to 48, and the staff, majority of them are female, and they have a wide range of educational level, but many of them do not have very high education. About majority of them, they have secondary school education level or below. So you can see that as the staff educational level is not high, their health literacy may not be high as well. So we invited the staff from all ranks, including nurses, the therapists, the health workers, the personal care workers, as well as the therapist assistants. So the health care workers, personal care workers, and the therapist assistants, they are not professionals. Their educational level may not be high as well, so their health literacy level would be low. So we have 2 types of homes in the Hong Kong. So some are government subsidized residential care home, and some are privately run by the industry. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have the on-site observation by the research nurse. So by the time when they conduct the observations, we actually blind the nurse. So the nurse would not know whether they are going to the site that have received the training or not. So this is fair to the observations. So you can see that this is the proper hand wash on the top 2 rows. The intervention group, let's look at the intervention group. That means the before the intervention, 95% of the staff actually has performed hand wash properly. This is pretty surprising because usually the staff in the residential care home, they do not conduct proper hand wash. Usually it's about 30%, but maybe because of the COVID, at the time when we have the observation, everyone is very concerned about hand wash and hand rub. So we are very happy to see that majority, 95% of the staff actually are performing proper hand wash. And after the intervention, there is not big change, but for the control group, you can see that there are some decline, a slight decline as well. There is no significant difference between the intervention group and the control group. As you can see, the p-value is higher than 0.05. I would explain that here is that because of the COVID pandemic, everyone pay attention. So maybe this measure has already reached the ceiling effect. So that's why it is not surprising that even we have a good training system for them, and yet the the escalation of the percentage of the proper hand wash cannot be shown very significantly after use. But for the use of the gloves and the PPE, as I mentioned in the system, we have specially trained up how they can choose the gloves and the PPE. So you can see in the intervention group, there is a significant improvement after the use of the system, while the control group has a significant fall after the use of the system. They fall from 8.4% to 5.4%. So there is a significant difference between the intervention group and the control group. As you can see, the p-value is smaller than 0.01. Next slide, please. So we also asked the participants to report whether they have any improvement in their knowledge as well as their practice. So this is the results of their self-reported infection control practice. That is mostly related to the knowledge that they have. So you can see in the intervention group, before the intervention, the mean is 40.23. After the intervention, there is an increase to 42.81. While the control group, there is a drop from 42 to 41.66. And there is a significant difference between the intervention group and the control group. As you can see, the p-value is pretty small. So that concludes that after the training, the users of the intervention actually will feel that they have significant improvement in their infection control knowledge and practice. Next slide, please. So I would say this system is good in a way that we have addressed the staff health literacy concern, and they do not need to read all those lengthy guidelines, but they can just use the system to play some games, and the learning pace is actually controlled by the staff. That means that they can learn at the time when they are convenient. So this is the good thing about the system. By the time when we develop the system, we pay special attention to the staff concern as well as their health literacy. So we keep on inviting them to give comments to us, and we try to modify the system based on their comments and suggestions. This is good in a way that by the time when they are involved in the development of the system, by the time they use it, they will feel they like the system very much because they are parts of the developers of the system. So we can show this system is good in a way that improves the infection control practice, and particularly the use of the gloves and the PPE. And they also report their increase in the knowledge. Next slide, please. So now I have completed the first part talking about the infection control system. In the subsequent few slides, I just want to highlight a very important message about the digital health literacy. To start with, maybe I should emphasize that the infodemic is one of the issues we notice it right now. Many of us actually look for health information in the internet, but unfortunately, many of the information in the internet are not reliable. Sometimes it was transferred and disseminated with a lot of careless mistake. So that could mislead the layman about the true or real information. Particularly those people who have chronic illness or they are older adults, they may not be able to understand the whole picture of the health message, so they would be misled. Next slide, please. So infodemic is a situation that we need to pay attention to, and so we advocate for the correct or the right information that should be disseminated in the internet. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So digital health literacy means that we have to support individuals to build up the capacity to assess and understand, evaluate, and apply the health information from the electronic sources. Electronic sources means it can be internet, it can be WeChat, WhatsApp, Twitters, or some other electronic means. The key issue is that during pandemic, we actually noticed this kind of issues that have significant impact on many people. So WHO actually mentioned that this is not only pandemic, it is actually infodemic. That means that we have to take care of the misled information all around the world. Next slide, please. So to build up the digital health literacy, we have to pay attention to sense of coherence so that we can build up our capacity. So I have done a study which is about sense of coherence and digital health literacy in older people. We have invited older people to complete and survey in Asia, and the participants include people from China, including mainland China, Hong Kong, Macau, and we have invited participants from Philippines and Singapore to join this online survey as well. We invited older people who are aged 60 or above to join this survey. So we use structural equational modeling to test out the relationship. Let me show you the result. Next slide, please. So we use the structural equational modeling to show that the relationship among digital health literacy and anxiety. You can see that the line here, digital health literacy is directly related to anxieties. You can see the beta here is negative. That means that if a person have higher digital health literacy, their anxiety level would be lower. And digital health literacy is also related to sense of coherence. Sense of coherence means that they are able to feel that the situation, the adverse situations is manageable and they can comprehend the situation. And that's why they found such an adverse situation could also be meaningful as well. So the sense of coherence is another psychological well-being. If a person has high sense of coherence, they are able to cope with the adverse situation. So in this study, actually, we verify the situation. If a person has a high sense of coherence, their anxiety level would be lower. So as you can see, the beta is negative. We also noticed that in this study, if a person has high digital health literacy, their sense of coherence actually would be higher, and at the same time, they would have lower anxiety. So this study actually verified the hypothesis that we have made. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. Yeah, so I have explained all these important pathway to you that this model, it fits well. That means that the data actually support the hypothesis that if a person have a high digital health literacy, they have lower anxiety, and the digital health literacy should be further developed and supported so that people would have better psychological well-being. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Angela, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, right. So I just conclude that this digital health literacy is something that we want to pay attention to. Next slide, please. That I think the government can do a lot of things to support everyone's digital health literacy so as to reduce our anxiety and improve our psychological well-being. Information should be made available so as to support people to have appropriate health decision. Next slide, please. So as a conclusion, we will say digital health literacy is something that we can pay attention to, and at the same time, sense of coherence is something that we could also build up for individuals. Next slide, please. So this is a conclusion. So once we support people with higher digital health literacy, the people will be able to understand the health information in the internet and avoid misinformation and try to reduce the stress during the adverse situation. And I suggest that we could build up more community-based programs for improving everybody's digital health literacy and improve our mental well-being. So that's the conclusion of my talk. Thank you very much. And I think the next slide will show my email. So you are welcome to make suggestions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for very interesting your study. I think it's two study that you have been shared to us. The first one is blended camping COVID-19 training system. I think it's very interesting because you also share that it's helping evaluate also. So maybe audience have a curiosity about the implementation and so on. And the second is that uh, pandemic also has infodemic. So we should concern about digital health literacy because it will increase anxiety. Uh, the next session we will take a question and discussion section. For the audience, I will open the question. Is okay. 1, 2. Okay. The first question, please, committee. The microphone. Please share your name and the affiliation.
Hello, my name is Nurjana. On behalf on committee, I would like to say a big thank you for Angela, for Professor Angela Long, to your sharing to our participant and during your busy, is it in the early morning there? Yeah, thank you very much for your for this opportunity. And my question is, I have two questions. First is about your research in gaming. It's very inspiring intervention by gaming because something funny make people can include to the intervention. I would like to know how to implement in the community because you say this is in the research and the people, the caregiver or nurse control the audience, the respondents. But maybe in the reality in community is maybe different. So is it has been implemented in the community and how it's run? And my second question is about digital health literacy and anxiety. And yes, it's good if one have a good digital health literacy and the anxiety is lower. But on other hand, if someone worry about the condition, they will try to search information. So I think the worries is good, but uh, how to define the something about worriness? Oh, I think feel worry and anxiety. Maybe is it different? And I think it's important to make people worry about the health issue. Thank you, Angela, and good for have a good day and thank you and successful for Ahla and your work in health literacy. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Yes, we have just finished the study, the research part. So now we are trying to put this system into the community. So I agree with you. It is very challenging to put the research output into the community. So we have to set up a team to do this one, like a team who have to talk to different residential care homes to let them know about this system and also let them try on that. And hopefully in the future, this system can continuously used by the residential care home. I think the good points of this system is that it is automation. It has a good record of the learning process and whether the staff has learned or not. So we try to talk to the boss of all those residential care home so that they can understand this training system can help them to keep a good records of the staff training. And I think this is a best practice. Knowing that the staff are well trained or not, I think this is the responsibility of the boss. And at the same time, we also lobby the government as well. We are lobbying the government to adopt this kind of online training system as a usual practice. I think it takes some time, but at the same time, we are hopeful that this is not only restricted to the residential care home. We expect that this system can be used in the nursing school as well, because many of the nursing students actually need to know about infection control practice. So that would be a good system for the nursing school to use it to train up the nursing students. Yeah, maybe next year I can come back and tell you whether we are successful to put into the community. We are trying very hard on that. The other answer about anxiety and stressful events, yes, I agree with you that sometimes when we are worried about the situations, we will look for information from the internet. But having said that, if we worry about the situations, we would not go to that far extreme that they have some anxiety. Here, anxiety, I actually refer to the very extreme situations that they have some kind of like disorder, anxiety on the future. So this is a kind of a psychological discomfort to the individuals. So basic worry about situations leading to the people to find information, I think this is a good point. But we don't want to see people to go to that far that they have anxiety. Anxiety would be some kind of disorder. So we actually find that those people who have high ability to look for health information in the internet actually can have less anxiety. That means that they worry, but they would not go to that anxiety level. So I think the good points about digital health literacy as well as sense of coherence is that this is individuals' capacity. We can change our capacity through training and public education. So that's why I think this is something that we can work together to improve everyone's digital health literacy and sense of coherence.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Maybe I will make a resume that Nurjana try to know how to implement the CAME. I think is the next step is we talking about implementation science, right? That
Yes.
How we including the digital health in the real world without controlling the respondent. I think is the next step. The second that's you mentioned that if we have high digital health literacy, maybe people will confidence to seek information in the internet, so the anxiety will be low. That's not only worry, but they will try to find the reliable information. That's our conclusion. Maybe I will open the second question. Okay. Yes. Please share your name and the affiliation.
Okay, hello, my name is Iswopha. I'm from Medical Record and Healthy Information. Thank you for sharing, Miss Angela. I have a question. In our community, still have a lot of hoax or misinformation about health. They tend to agree with the wrong information and don't want to seek for the right information. So, how to tackle this challenge in our community? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, actually, we have digital health literacy training. We are now conducting that kind of training in Hong Kong. We use Facebook and as well as some interactive activities to train up people digital health literacy. in a way that we have to spend time with the participants so as to ratify their misconcept about the information. And we have some guidelines to them so that they can identify which type of information is reliable. And for example, if we look at the websites that have not been updated recently, or the website is not developed by authoritative bodies, then that we need to train up the participants to have a critical thinking, critically evaluate whether that kind of information on those websites are reliable. So this kind of training needs a lot of communications with the participants. So now we are having this intervention in Hong Kong, and that intervention lasts for 8 weeks. And continuously, we have posted up different materials for them, and let them raise questions, and we try to answer their queries by a nurse so that they can have thorough understanding which information is reliable. So there are some strict rules, but of course the strict rules may not be adopted easily by the layman, but through the education, we hope that the lay people could also understand about all these rules.
Okay, thank you, Angela. I think I will resume that you implement the digital health literacy training in the Hong Kong to improve the digital health literacy. Maybe in the near future, I will learn from you how to conduct digital health literacy training, because my research is also digital health literacy. Okay, thank you. Maybe we will ask from the Zoom audience, are there any questions? Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First, my name is Rika Junior Amalia. I have one question. Maybe my question is a little bit out of the material, maybe. And my question is, during the pandemic, we used a mask, we washed our hands, and we do a social distancing. But not anymore. For example, washing hands is one of the behavior that must be maintained. So, how do propose people to maintain health behavior? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. It's a very important questions here. Yes, by the time when we have COVID, we have a lot of strict restrictions, social distancing, hand washing, like that. But I would say COVID, although we try to retain our normal life, but COVID has not gone. COVID is keep going. Every day we have many cases still have COVID, but the issue is that the COVID has not tremendously affects the persons into the worst situations, and that is something that we have to acknowledge that. So since COVID is still here, our hand wash should maintain, and some of the precautions should still maintain, like in the densely populated situations, we still encourage people to wear masks. I can see that wearing masks is a way to protect ourselves as well. So we have to educate our general public to get to know about how to protect ourselves. And of course, the government may not be put a strict rules saying that you have to wash hands how many times a day, and yet general public should be educated, should get to know about what is the best thing to do. So this is again like a health literacy issues. Health literacy is all about information that we get, how much we understood about that, and how we finally make our health decision. So when we talk about health literacy, it's all about informed decision. So the informed decision means that the information should be given to the general public in a correct manner. So we keep on giving information to the general public that they should hand wash, they should do their hand wash as appropriate, and this is the decision that they should make. by themselves. So that's why I would say, yes, health literacy is a very important component in our public education, and we should continue to work on this health literacy. Yeah. I hope I
Okay,
answered your
thank you
question.
for the answer, Miss Angela.
Okay, thank you. I think time is up. Thank you, Angela, for your excellent presentation and great discussion. On the behalf of the committee, we would like to give you appreciation as a speaker certificate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for collaboration in Asia Health Literacy. I hope in the next future we can continue to make another conference and also collaboration. Okay, thank you, Angela. See you next time.
Thank you. Thank you. See you.
Oke, alhamdulillahirobbilalamin. Kita sudah memasuki sesi ketiga ini, Mas. Saya ganti bahasa Indonesia ya. Komite bisa membuat gerakan dulu nih kayaknya. I think the audience is already tired. Excuse me, give some break, some. She's the expert for. Please lead the audience to.
Okay, thank you, Miss Niramani. Yeah, I got a prank. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen here, would you like to stand up, please? We will. We will stretch. The crew of TVku, do you have Mau Merah song? Okay, we will wait. Yeah. Before,
Because we have a honor speaker in the promotion, so I implement physical activities.
Before the Mau Merah song is ready, or maybe we will see the time. Yeah. Please. Ya, please menghadap ke kanan. Ya, move your body to the right. Oh, you the left side. Okay. And then, place your body near your friend in front of you. Ya, dekatkan tubuhnya. Ya, near your body to your friend in front of you. Yeah, if I say rainy, you can massage your friend. Yeah, slowly. Yeah, we will try. Rainy. Yeah. Yeah, feel your friend massage. Yeah. And if I say storm, please add your pressure. Yeah, storm. Yeah, increase your pressure. Yeah, rainy. Yeah, slow massage. Storm. Yeah. Rainy.
storm. Okay, enough. And then move your body back. And yeah, rainy, storm. Yeah, enjoy your friend massage. Rainy, I will join with you. Rainy, storm. Yeah. Okay. Do you need an hour massage? Okay, enough. Thank you very much. And yeah, have a seat, please. I'm sorry, we have a limit time because Mr. Anung will go to Sragen after this. Miss Rahma, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for Mrs. Kismi that follow my improvisation. Okay, I will invite the third speaker that is very famous with the health promotion. So I encourage all of the participants to make a healthy action with physical activity. Please come to the stage, Dr. Dr. Anung Sugihantono MKes. Please, committee can share the CV. Oh, okay. CV of Mr. Anung. Okay. Mr. Anung is the chairman of Provincial Committee of Indonesian Society for Health Promotion Education. He was a former Director General of Disease Prevention and Control Disease Ministry of Health of Indonesia. He is a lecturer at Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang and also Faculty of Public Health Universitas Diponegoro Semarang. He is now health officer in JISA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and also Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Australia Indonesia Health Security Partnership. I think he is a very excellent speaker to share their knowledge about health promotion in Indonesia. Please, the state and time yours. Mr. Anung, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all are in a good health today. Excellencies, Dean, Program Manager, fellow speakers, and also moderator, participant both online and also offline. Alhamdulillah, in this morning, be able to meet in a good health following the entire series of 4th International Seminar and Workshop on Public Health Action 2023. In partnership with the hosted by Faculty of Health Science, Nusantara University, in partnership with many universities in Indonesia and also in abroad. I received assignment to deliver the material or paper. The theme is behavior change strategy to promote healthy lifestyle in era of the society 5.0. Indeed, in this an interesting and challenging matter in dealing with current and future condition in society. When we are talking society, we as a part of the society and also we as a part of the community. However, I take this setting in Indonesia, especially in Central Java, when we are talking about the Society 5.0. So in this seminar, I would like to say again thank you for the Faculty of the Health Science Udinus, student and fellow audience, that we have a great opportunity to share knowledge and also experience during this seminar. For the beginning, I would like to use an outline of my presentation as follows. What is the Society 5.0? And then the second one, what is the health behavior in terms of the theoretical, and then behavior change in health sector, so that people can still make healthy and productive. And way forward, kind of resources we need to address all of things that Society 5.0 is a part of our life and the next future. For the first topic, when we are talking about the 5.0 society, I will give you information according to the historical of the industrial revolution. This means it's not only talking about the timeline of the industrial revolution. We are talking about the changing the behavior from men to at the first time until right now. When we have Industrial Revolution 1.0 occurred in England at that time, the end of the 18th century, that the Industrial Revolution 1.0 is marked by a safe of use of the labor. It means that previously we are using animal and human power, and this was later replaced by machine-based manufacturing. The discovery of steam engine in 18th century was used to produce goods marked the Industrial Revolution. The British used the steam engine to increase productivity of the textile industry by using the mechanical loom. Industrial Revolution 1.0 made Europe able to send warship to all of the country in the world at that time. And the impact of that is the environment polluted by two steam engine and other factory waste. It means we are talking about the environment influence of the behavior in that time. The second one, Industrial Revolution 2.0, occurred in the last of the 19th century until beginning 20th century. The system changed also as the technological revolution. It means that the Industrial Revolution 2.0 was marked by the discovery of the electric power. Car began the mass produce, and the problem of time, constraint of purpose of the start to finish resolved by production line. Revolution emerged which utilized conveyor belt. So the skill of the person is not all of the activity only one person, but now specialized and also only working at that area. Industrial Revolution 3.0 is a system change to previous using mechanical technology, changing to the digital technology. The Industrial Revolution, which often referred as a digital revolution, occurred from 1980 until now. Humans still have an important role in the producing goods until the Industrial Revolution 2.0. This change after the Industrial Revolution 3.0, the information age began with the emergence of the machine and could move to think themselves, namely robot and computer. And that time, we have increased also the case of diseases. When we are talking about the using the computer and robot. Fourth, the Industrial Revolution 4.0 become popular since Klaus Schwab released the article 2015. This mark changed the industrial system from the digital to automation. Although the entities in it to community and using internet technology. The characteristic of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 are characterized by various applied of this technology, such as advanced robotic, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, virtual reality, additive manufacturing, and also distributed manufacturing. Now we have anxiety also with this situation because there are many messages, or it's not only talking about the message itself, but talking about the we call flooding of the message. Revolution 4.0 has quite impact of the human life. Overall, it is able to change production pattern and business model in various industrial sectors. Many activities such as work and human waste or lifestyle have changed to become a practical because the use of automation system to carry out their activities. This convenience encourages the achievement of the new value creation. We also have a possibility or opportunity to increase the creativity and also innovation. Now, talking about the Society 5.0. Firstly, initiated by Japan, the idea behind of these issues, although the traditional knowledge and modern-based knowledge, such as AI, robotic, Internet of Things, to fulfill the human need. In a simple term, we use resources for human to live comfortability. Society 5.0 itself was just initiated 4 years ago and was created a resolution that the industrial concept and industrial society do not have much difference, but concept of the society focus on more human context. Society 5.0 use modern technology but only rely on human as its main component. Society 5.0 is an era where all technology is a part of human themselves. Now we also have a challenge or also have an anxiety when we miss mobile phone, when we miss access of the Wi-Fi and so on and so on. So the Society 5.0, the main component is human, who can create the new value through technological development, which can minimize gap in human and economic problem in the future. Colleagues and participants, understanding the comprehending technological development of course, it will be interesting what has happened and happening in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, also implication of the health services throughout the world. Some example in high-tech health services include 3D diagnostic tool, health services robot, which has been widely used in COVID situation, genomic technology, also very familiar in the COVID situation, which able to diagnose microorganism or virus. It is used to determine drug sensitivities more accurately, more quickly and accurately. The other one, we have telemedicine as an implementation of 4.0 revolution. It's from implementing society in the health sector. The telemedicine application is defined as a long-distance health services that allow people to carry out online consultation with the doctors and other health experts without having to more directly to the health services location. Have cluster regulatory interspace short palindrome CRISPR. CRISPR as a part of the technology that we can use to various target of the gene in human, bacteria, and so on. So that's why more easier for us to understanding who will be have diabetic, for instance, who will be have a cancer after we analyze the gene from the human side. In the future, we will use synthetic biology, functional genome screening, transcription modulation, and the gene therapy. This is more expand when we are talking about the therapy after we have a stem cell at that time. Furthermore, the silico computing tool have helped to search for the new drug by developing small molecule for the more than 3 decades and a very effective strategy to developing new drugs. You know, we have experience developing vaccine during COVID. Usually when we are talking about vaccine, almost 3 until 5 years developing vaccine. But during COVID, we used all of the technology as a part of the revolution technology 4.0. We only need 1 year to develop the new vaccine, especially for COVID. Over the last decade, there has been increased computation method of the drug discovery, such as molecular docking, pharmaphore modeling and mapping, de novo design, molecular similarity, calculation, and protein sequence-based virtual screening. However, time has gone, very sophisticated in silico computing technology is needed, and finally, the high through screening process emerged, which was based on the more sophisticated in silico program and very capable computer. What I want to say when we are talking about the industrial revolution, the implication for health services also leave various challenges related to human behavior as the subject of the change and increasing technology development. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, the second topic I would say the health behavior. Understanding the health behavior should be addressed to core with the human behavior. Human behavior, its mean is a response from the stimuli or to the stimuli. Behavior can be visible, we call overt behavior, or invisible, we call covert behavior, such as person knowledge, attitude, behavior. And behavior is very complex. Many factors influence a person's behavior. Health behavior has 3 different forms, such as and practice. And we have also 3 domains: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. According to the Noto Atmojo said that behavior in a person respond to stimuli or object related to illness and diseases, the health services system, food and drink, and the environment. When I'm talking the environment, please consider that the environment it's not mean physical and also biological itself. We are talking the environment about the technology, about the habit in the society as a part of the environment. In the context of the health services, health behavior is divided into 2. Behavior to the people who are served or receive services, and behavior to the service provider or health worker who serve. And according to the Skinner, we have 3 groups of the health behavior, namely health maintenance behavior, as a person behavior or effort to maintain the health so as not to get sick and effort to cure illness. Health maintenance behavior consists of three aspects: behavior to prevent the disease, health improvement the behavior, and nutritional behavior. Health seeking behavior concern a person effort or action when suffering or an accident. Environmental health behavior, a person respond managing the environmental condition as an important thing that can influence health status. The physical and social cultural environment can influence a person's example, how the person manages access disposal, drinking water, and also using the technology and others as a part of the environmental health behavior. Behavior, one of the ways influenced by environmental condition and the nature of human adaptation, will be directly or indirectly influence individual healthy life living behavior or even the community behavior. This change in behavior can be lasting or permanent or momentary like COVID due to the demand the situation. As one of the question previously, in this case we learn of COVID pandemic situation. The behavior using washing hand and also wearing the mask, it's no longer behavior. Even all of the people understanding that there is quite severe air population around us in this time. The use of technology, software or hardware, to run this technology, the use of Zoom, webinar, in various activities, for example, will affect people relationship with each or other with many results. And decline the social relation or even the community social capital. So the Industrial Revolution 4.0, even 5.0, on the other hand, will make easier and pamper the public getting health services and health provider give services, but on the other hand, it is also possible to raise the new behavior in society that is less beneficial in realizing the person's level of the health. Another interesting thing, it is implementation of the society 5.0 will be dominated by the who have no technology from start, or we call Generation Z. Those born after 20, physiological characteristic this generation are currently now is 20 until 25, have life expectancy longer than us, in line with the improvement of the health services in last 30 years. The question is what we do to that situation? We are waiting this era will be direct us, or we will be drive in this era. So the third topic when we are talking about the behavior change and society preparation to become part of the society 5.0, we are talking about the factors play an important role in changing behavior, experience, belief, social culture, economic, adequate health facilities. That is a factor that not influence single, but there are influence each other to make the health status of the person or the community. The determinant factors of the health behavior are factors that determine to shape a person to carry out the health behavior and appropriate to the place. There is three theories regarding the determinant health behavior according to the expert, namely Lauren Green, Sean Duskar, and WHO. There are many of you are very familiar about that one. Lauren Green talking about the determinant of that behavior is predisposing factors, enabling and also reinforcing, and supporting factor or predisposing factor as a habit, culture, response, knowledge, traditional value, and also attitude. Can be changed with the Society 5.0. Yeah. There are no letters just only sent by computer and so on. That is a part of that. Enabling factor include fulfillment of the required health environment and facilities. And the driving factor or reinforcing factor include the health worker in the form of the behavior or attitude they carry out of the influence of provide an example to the public. According to the Sehan Dukar, determinant of the health behavior divide into the 5: intention or design, support from those around, availability of facilities, individual freedom or autonomous to make a decision, and existence the situation. Also identify there are determinant of the health behavior. The behavior change is thought and feeling. Existence of the someone who is respected, and also availability of the adequate resources or facilities, and the existence of the culture. Indonesia maybe is not maybe actually different with Hong Kong, with others that you have learned to developing such as digital literacy and so on and so on. We have diversity. It's not only talking in Java Island, but we also talking in the eastern part of Indonesia at that time. Meanwhile, several behavior change theories are known, and each of behavioral change theory model focus on different factors. Learning theory, social cognitive theories, theories of reason, action, and planned behavior, trans-theoretical model of the behavior change, health action and process approach, and the new one is BG-FOG model behavior change. Digital literacy also part of that. According to the social learning theory, that now we are familiar with the social cognitive theory, behavior change is determined by the environmental, personal, and behavior element. Social environment is very strong influence the behavior change in the person in the community. In my opinion, Society 5.0 enable the human to spend more time to planning and strategic tasks. Industry 4.0 will be significantly increase manufacturing and efficiency and created versatility between human, machine, and enabling responsibility for interaction and constant monitoring activities. Industry 5.0 in the future, evolution designed to harness the creativity of human experts working together with efficient, intelligent, and accurate machine. Fundamental change in technology will be in line, or more precisely will be accompany change in human behavior, including in the health sector. It is seems that the several currently known theories of behavior change will be undergo a redefinition of the factor written in relation to changing environment. Although the state in trans-theoretical models such as pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation for action, action and maintenance will be still apply or any belief to still be able to use and the model behavior change in the era of society 5.0. In daily practical life, the habit using technology will still have two sides, namely benefit for the health behavior that are beneficial for health, such as correct diagnosis and early stage to create opportunity for earlier intervention. So the people will be healthier in the future. And the other one, they will be ignore some of the habit, both things that they must be realized as a physical activities, social relation, and maybe will be make a person anxiety and more stress. Dear fellow participant, the final in these resources we need to address all of those things above. I would like to convey that the Industrial Revolution has implication for the way people live and society, which is the necessary today in real world. Learn from the history and experience that we have just faced together, such as COVID-19, to be able to survive, being part of the behavior change and also becoming the part of the new era requirement at least, three competencies: creativity, thinking, and critical thinking, also communication and collaboration. The society and community should be encouraged to be a critical, reason, and have a problem-solving skill as individual and or team. It is also collective study. It is not only responsible for one or two institutions. That is the collective duty, educator, student, bureaucrat or policymaker, professional organization such as ISPHA, to continue educate the people to become user of the technological advance, but encouraging innovation and creativity that it is firm, but based on the diverse locality and determinant like Indonesia today. Before finish my keynote speech, allow me to encourage all of us. We are player. We are not a witness. We are a player of the society 5.0. That's why we have to more communicate each other to minimize unhealthy lifestyle among our generation. We have to prepare and developing healthy policies among the community. We as academia, student, professional organization, making collaboration to advocate policymakers to preparing it, and be more focused on the gene set that they make role and make more responsibility in their life in the future. That is all our presentation or our keynote speech today. Hope we learn something from my speech and encourage to build a better society for the future. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give a big applause for Dr. Anu. Okay, thank you for interesting the presentation. Maybe I will make a summarize that society for 5.0 is we could use our resources for human to be live comfortable. So society 5.0 it has a positive and negative impact. The positive is that a better health service using technology. The negative is because we live in comfortable, we have a bad habit. We have minimal physical activity. We minimal social relation. And maybe we have mental health because we often have anxiety in using social media. And for the society 5.0, we should have creativity, critical thinking, communication, and also collaboration. That's my summarize for Dr. Anung presentation. Okay, okay. One, please share your name and your affiliation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks Dr. Anung for the presentation. Good morning, my name is Nida Sila Rahma from Faculty of Health Science, Dianuswantoro University. So that is interesting that nowadays we live side by side with technology. It was such a great help for our lives, but sometimes nowadays we really more technology and sometimes it's not good for our health. For example, in daily life, we like to order transportation online because it's more convenient than walking. So what your opinions about that? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I will collect the question first. Another question? Is there any question in the Zoom? Zoom, okay. Please, the committee share for the participant. Okay, please.
Thanks, Dr. Anung, for the material. I agree that health behavior is important. Now we encounter another challenge that is environmental health behavior. We know that the pollution condition is in our country is getting worse, and I think it needs changes in environmental health behavior. What do you think about this challenge, sir? Thank you.
You. Can you repeat the question for the last sentence?
Okay. That is environmental in our country is getting worse, and I think it needs changing in environmental health behavior. So, what do you think about this challenge? Thank you.
Dr. Anung, did you get the question? Okay, please, time is yours.
So, thank you, Rama. So that is why when I'm talking about the challenge and also opportunity when we are talking using the technology. So yeah, that is very interesting actually when we are talking. We now have a telemedicine. We can consult with the medical doctor or the health worker directly from your home or your office, talking about that one. But we lost the opportunity to walk, yeah, from one office to others and relation between one and another. So that's why we now, in terms of, it's not only talking about the technology for the health, yeah. We also make the policies and also what we call the social engineering. We make some kind like we have a bus rapid transit that not all of the person can be use the bus without walking to the others, to the special place that the bus will be stopped there. So that's why we need now make others policies. Yeah. For instance, when we are using the computer after 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours, we have to go to another place, yeah, to make it the relax of the our eyes and so on. So now we also maybe you have a chance also to look, yeah, that how many students in the first grade have a problem with eyes. during pandemic and now, because of all of us using the computer for the daily life. That is the challenge. And the policies of that to developing more healthy behavior is needed in the next future. And the second question, yeah, I'm rather confused according to the environmental health or mental health after we are talking about the technology 5.0 or 5.0. So as I mentioned, there are a lot of information now we can get it easier using the others, the computer and also mobile phone and others. So almost not any barrier of the information throughout the community directly. It is hope or misinterpretation in one and another because we have a different level of that. That is also the challenge. Yesterday we are talking about the e-commerce. Yesterday President invite all of the player talking about that one because Pasar Tanah Abang is still make a close, yeah, and others and so on. So we will be restricted some of the activities in that situation. Maybe part of that is not talking about the trade and industry maybe, yeah. We are talking also about the how to make it the community, all of the community are happy because sometimes we have benefit, but sometimes we have a challenge about this one. If you go to the eastern part of Indonesia without any internet, Wi-Fi, access of the Wi-Fi, it is very difficult talking about this technology. So Indonesia is very diverse. So that is why I'm talking about the locality is needed in Indonesia policy for the next future, implementing the revolution or society 5.0 in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anor, for the answer. I think I will make a resume that social 5.0 needs social engineering to produce health habit. Dr. Anor mentioned that we will minimal physical activity. And the second, that main information that Angela also shared before is that infodemic can make disorder in mental health because many information in the internet, there is no filter or no barrier, so maybe it make some negative impact in the community. There's a conclusion for 2 questions. Is there any another question? Okay, please.
Assalamualaikum, Pak Anung. I'm Adian Hoironi, one of the lecturer in health faculty. Okay, as I know that there is a connection between behavior, habit, and culture, then if we talk about the public transportation, and then you know that somehow habits to become not easy to change if the habits is become culture. That's happened in our country. That and then we couldn't blame somebody who said, "Oh, that is my habit. Oh, that is a culture of people in my country. So I don't want to walk because the pedestrians is not support for us to walk." And then we also sometimes blame our climate. So environment is also involved to the situation that make whatever we do, then look, okay, you can do it. So if I would like to ask you, in which part we have to change first, whether in behavior or habit, and then for more advanced, we'll change also our culture. So which part we can do easily? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bu. We can we cannot divide into the scenario to change just only for habit first, or we can change the culture. When we are talking about using mobile phone sometime, yes, when we have a COVID pandemic, that is mean habit or culture. The more activities are using by phone, yeah, that is maybe we are not talking about the culture, because when we are using term the culture, it's mean traditionally the activities or the habit in that area, and then we can develop step by step to change to the best habit and also best the behavior at that area. But maybe when we are talking in terms of the using the technology such as society 5.0 or revolution industry 4.0, we are talking both together. But when we are talking about the Indonesia, I think, and in my opinion, we cannot doing separately change the habit in the all of the part of Indonesia, or change the culture all of the part of Indonesia. We have locally and gradually to change, yeah, based on the knowledge, perception, motivation, and also facility. Because when we are talking about the change the behavior, it's mean also ability to use the facility and the motivation to do like this one.
But culture is also have an important role.
Yes.
In the change of the habits.
Yes, agree.
So that's why somehow we can do for the first step, evaluate again our culture based on the local wisdom maybe.
Yeah, gradually maybe we need like this one, yeah, to change gradually. When we are talking about the some kind like what we call lebaran in Indonesia at that time, yeah, that is the culture to make relationship one and another. But when we have COVID, yeah, we use the other mechanism without any talking about we will be change the culture to have a relation. So that's why the behavior and culture is not separately part of the intervention, but we do hope all of the activities are related one and another to do like this one.
Thank you. Maybe more discussion to you regarding on my way now to learn more about the social approach. Thank you, Pak Anung.
Thank you, Mrs. Adian. Maybe I will conclude the question that we cannot separate to change behavior between behavior and culture. We should make comprehensive approach because Indonesia has a diversity, so we should act local and gradually change the behavior. Okay, I think its time is up. Maybe the MC will announce about giving certificate to our excellent speaker.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Annie, for the lively discussion today. So we invite you to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we will give a plaque and certificate for our speakers and moderators. So we would like to invite Dr. Nurjana SKM MKes to submit the plaque and certificate. Yeah, this flag is a form of our thanks and appreciation for today's speaker, Dr. Anung Sugihantono MKes. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for Dr. Anung. And then, this is a certificate. Same for Dr. Anung Sugihantono MKes. And then this is a certificate for moderator for Miss Annie. Yeah, there is certificate that we give for moderator because get it us the plenary session in these two. Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Annie. Thank you, and Miss Nurjana. Stay with me, yes. Don't leave me alone. Makanya like a crocodile. Don't leave me alone gitu. Temenin aku begitu ya. So ladies and gentlemen, next our agenda is announcement to the winners like that. So this. Okay, we will continue to the plenary session. Is any?
Yes, we still have another session. Okay. Sorry for disappointed you.
Okay. Is any? Time is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one speaker left. There is Christine Sorensen. Please, committee can share the CV. We have a great expert experience in health literacy, Christine Sorensen. She is an executive advisor on health literacy with a background in public health and global diplomacy. She empowers leaders to improve health literacy by design. She works with public and private sector, as well as academy and civic society to develop health literacy for all. She has been collaborating with WHO, Council of Europe's government, McKinsey, and others. Christine Sorensen was honorary professor in ISU University in Taiwan and the first president of International Health Literacy Association, and also chair of Health Literacy Europe and advisor to the Asian Health Literacy Association. I think she is the expert and excellent for reference in health literacy research. Because right now she cannot join us because she is still in the flight to the Austria. So maybe we can write for the video from Christine Sorensen. The committee, can you share the video?
Hello, my name is Christine Sorensen. I'm president of International Health Literacy Association, and I look forward to present to you today. I'm sorry I can't be in Indonesia in person, but I hope you are enjoying your conference. I'm calling in from Aarhus in Denmark. It's at the end of the rainbow here, as you can see. It's our local art museum, and I hope you will come and visit one day and walk the rainbow yourselves. I have different titles and capacities, but basically my aim is to empower leaders to improve health literacy by design. And I work with companies, organizations, universities, NGOs, and governments to improve health literacy for all. And you can find much more about me and myself, my activities on LinkedIn, and you're welcome to subscribe to the newsletter called Health Literacy Matters. One of the tasks I love to do is teaching at universities. And this summer I met with international students in Maastricht, at Maastricht University in the Netherlands, where we're teaching health literacy as part of life skills. And what I always learn when meeting with students and colleagues from around the world is how important it is to promote health and well-being of people where they live, love, dream, work, vote, and play, or try to survive during, for example, poverty, war, and disasters. I always had a keen interest in developing the potential of people, and meeting international colleagues like yourself from all over the world helps me to keep me focused and try to invest in the best that we have, namely health. Health is not an end in itself, but it's a means to quality of life. What is health literacy and why is it important? Well, health literacy develops during the life course. So from very early on, even before we are born, our parents, our mothers are taught about health and how to keep the baby healthy and safe. And then when you are born, the 1,000 first days counts. And later in early childhood, we learn to brush teeth, wear bicycle helmets, and as young people, we learn to avoid risk like alcohol and sweets and drugs and so on. And during adulthood, we try to have a healthy work-life balance. And as elderly, we try to enhance a healthy, active living. So when we're ill, we have to learn about new diseases like cancer or diabetes literacy. So health literacy develops over the life course, and this is what I try to illustrate with this picture. Many ask, what's the difference between health literacy and health education? And to me, health education is all the formal, informal, non-formal activities that are linked to pursuing knowledge and motivation and skills. Whereas you can then see health literacy as an outcome of all these learning experiences and the knowledge, motivation, and skills that makes you able to act. So it empowers you and enables you to manage health as part of everyday life. And we know from our research that health literacy helps saving time, cost, and lives. It avoids people getting lost in healthcare settings and healthcare systems. We know that health literacy respects that no one size fits all. It's part of people-centered health, patient-centered health, and shared decision-making because it helps build trust. It strengthens knowledge, attitudes, and competencies. And it does it in all the dimensions of health that you can think of. So, for example, physical, social, and mental health, but also emotional, spiritual, sexual, financial, and digital health. And health literacy is relevant across the life spectrum here, from protecting lives, treating health, and trying to cure and care, preventing illnesses, staying healthy through the health promotion, taking care of yourself and your loved ones as part of self-care, and eventually also investing in well-being of people and the planet. And when we look at literacy as part of the concept of health and literacy, literacy is about creating awareness, it's about building knowledge, it's about strengthening competence, you're being proficient, and eventually an expert in your own health. And we know from a lot of patients that they are experts in their own disease because they live with it 24/7, 365 days a year. So boiling it all down, health literacy can be defined as a way that concerns the knowledge and motivation and competencies to access, understand, appraise, and apply information in everyday life to form judgment and make decisions regarding healthcare, disease prevention, and health promotion to maintain and promote quality of life during the life course. So you see here, health is not knowledge alone. It's really alone. It's the competencies to find and understand and judge and use information to take decisions when you're ill, when you're at risk, and when you try to stay healthy. And it's not an end in itself. It's really about promoting quality of life, and it changes during the life course. So why is it important? It's because we know that health literacy influences health service use, health service cost, the way people engage in healthcare, the way their health behavior is, and eventually their outcomes, but also equity and sustainability. And we know it's influenced by personal factors, situational factors, and larger environmental factors. And again, you can see here in the model that it changes over the life course, and that we can look at health literacy from an individual as well as a population level. A famous model or a famous approach is from Don Nadim, and he said that you can look at health literacy from 3 levels: functional health literacy, interactive health literacy, and critical health literacy. And functional health literacy make you aware of what is health and why does it matter. And interactive health literacy makes you able to engage with health professionals and other stakeholders involved in health. And critical health literacy makes you able to do problem solving and engage in wider societal aspects of health. And eventually, when all this comes together, we create health literate people and societies. We know that health literacy is content and context specific, so the knowledge and skills differs depending on what aspects of health we are talking about, whether it's about diseases, diabetes and cancer, for example, or it's about preventing risks like alcohol or smoking, or if it's about staying healthy. So for each of the different focus areas, health literacy will be content and context specific. I usually compare it to a chameleon, like health literacy is like a chameleon reflecting the color of the environment and the purpose that is being discussed. So a nice little campaign from Australia explains health literacy in a very simple and easy way, where you see here that health literacy is about your own health. It's about how you care about health information, how you're able to take shared decisions, and communicating with healthcare professionals and taking action, and eventually creating good health for yourself and your family. But it's important to know that health literacy has 2 components. One is the individual capacity, and the other one is the support that we get from the health literacy environment. So again, it's not only what the individual person knows, but also how we as systems, as healthcare providers, design health information, how we communicate with people and patients, what kind of strategies and policies that are in place, and how easy it is to actually access health facilities. So our colleagues Parker and Ratsons, they have developed this model from 2010, where they talk about the importance of people's skills matching the complexity of systems. But what are the challenges? Well, our research shows that in Europe, at least among 17 countries, health literacy differs within and between countries. And you can see here that it's almost 50% that have limited health literacy and those that have actually sufficient and excellent health literacy. We know that healthcare system differs in all the countries, so it's difficult to compare the country by country, but still it gives an indication about how people perceive it to find and understand and judge and use information to take decisions in everyday life. And this research has been done as part of the European Health Literacy Survey. Within our data, we also see a very strong social gradient. So if you're poor, if you have poor health and poor education, there is also a very high risk of poor health literacy. And the risk factors associated to low health literacy is your socioeconomic status, your level of education, ethnicity and minority, for example, also the way you use health services and how you validate your own health. So we know that there are risk groups, we know that there are risk factors, influencing and amplifying the impact of health literacy. Low health literacy is big business because when you have a mismatch of people not finding the health services, not applying to health instructions, then it has an economic consequence. And from the UK, we know that 10 to 20% of health budgets are attributed limited health literacy. From the US, we know that United Health Group has estimated that low health literacy can be attributed to 1 million unnecessary healthcare visits and an additional cost of $1 billion. So this is why I call health literacy a big business. It's also impacting human lives because if you lack access to health services and lack of clear communication, it leads to a silent epidemic. It's taboo to talk about. But we do know that it creates inequity due to this strong social gradient. So I call on you to bridge the gap. It's really time to bridge the health literacy gap. And we can do this by designing health literacy strategies and policies related to health literacy, evidence-based health literacy policies and strategies. It is eventually a choice, our own choice. And we know from our research that health literacy accelerates sustainable development, and it's part of sustaining not only the health of people, but also the planet. So this illustration shows the donut model by Professor Rayworth from the US. In the inner circle of the donut, it's about the basic needs, where health is one of the basic needs that people have. And the outer circle is her view on how we overuse resources and cause climate problems. But if we transfer the donut model to the health sector, we see the same. It's very difficult in some countries to cover the basic needs of health, and in other countries we overuse resources in ways that are not helpful and sustainable. So what can we do about it? We know from health literacy research how important it is to meet people's needs, not by providing one-size-fits-all solutions, but actually tailor solutions so that it really matches people's needs and concerns. And you can see it here, how it also adds to equity. And we have highlighted how important it is to design our services and our healthcare in different ways. And this is a model from the United States called the Health Literate Organization model, the 10 attributes of health literate organizations. And they highlight how important it is that leadership buy in to improve health literacy, that patients and consumers and clients are integrated into evaluation procedures so that things can be changed if not done correctly. So including consumers and meeting the needs of everyone, no matter which ethnic group, which age, which gender, and so forth. And design the material and information in ways that people understand. So these attributes can help enhance our outcomes. And we see this from our research, that it's actually possible to enhance outcomes. I want also to highlight the fact that it's not only organizations that need to improve, we also need to adopt a systemic approach to health literacy. And you see that health literacy organizations in this diagram is just one of several factors. We also need to get the political buy-in, the leadership buy-in, and invest in digital health technology, provide enough resources to actually make behavioral change, and also make sure that we keep the human value in the center and engage in interdisciplinary and intersectoral approaches. So one example from Scotland is a national action plan on health literacy, which is called Making It Easier. And the first one was called Making It Easy. This is the second one called Making It Easier. And it builds on the evidence on how healthcare professionals can make a difference. I have myself been involved with the Council of Europe, an organization supporting more than 40 member states, more than 40 countries, on how health literacy is really relevant for sustaining human rights. And you can download this guide for free. And it builds on good practices and new research on how to integrate health literacy as part of research, practice, policies, and education. So it's important to monitor population health literacy because only by monitoring and measuring health literacy, we are able to see what kind of differences we can make and also where the gaps and opportunities are. And we need to start early. So we see more and more countries adopt health literacy strategies and invest in health literacy research in schools, for example. This is one document you can also download for free where we explain the health literacy research on how to promote health literacy in schools and communities. And then it's a given to invest in digital health literacy also from an early age. And this is one of the main issues where I've been supporting the World Health Organization on making sustainable and accessible systems for patients and consumers and citizens to join. And it's very clear that there is a very strong now policy buy-in from the World Health Organization and its member states to enhance digital health for all. So I hope you can help build capacity, not only among our colleagues in the health sector, but also at any other workplace. We are advising health literacy as part of corporate agendas, so investing in occupational health and work programs, but also in schools, in primary care and communities, so that everyone has a chance to develop their full potential. So this is an example of a report you can download by Economist Impact that we supported. And Economist Impact has also given or shares an analysis of the economic impact of health literacy around the world. So much research also focuses on helping people to navigate complex systems. It's again about not only blaming patients for not being able to understand the information we share with them, but actually design wards, design hospitals, design primary care facilities in a way that makes it easy for patients to understand and join the services and follow the guidance that is provided. We work with organizations engaged in professional development, together with also patients' organizations. So this is very much to tell that whatever research we do as academics need to be made available for patient advocates, made available for professionals to integrate as part of their daily life. Otherwise, we have not succeeded. Publishing our research in publications is not enough. I truly believe we also have an obligation to share our knowledge as part of plain language so that it can actually enhance the way we work as part of everyday life. And the evidence of health literacy is growing. This is our International Handbook of Health Literacy, where we collaborated with more than 100 colleagues around the world to gather health literacy evidence, and you can download it for free again to stimulate your work and find inspiration. So in my last part of the presentation, I want to share with you that health literacy is not only an academic topic to research, but it's really a global movement on the rise. You can see here how the increase is happening in the academic sector, where more than 2,500 publications on health literacy was published in 2000, and it looks like it will be even more for 2023. We have seen an integration of the policy mandate to use health literacy as a lever for change. We have a draft resolution from the World Health Organization for member states to act. There is a guide called the Solid Facts Health Literacy book. We have training material on health literacy and NCDs. We have developed training material on brief intervention as part of primary care. And I hope a lot of the research that you're doing on health literacy will also informing new policies and new practices. And one way we can do it is to work together, and this is why I'm here today as president of International Health Literacy Association, where we bring researchers together with decision makers and with practitioners and with teachers teaching health literacy in different schools and universities, because only by meeting like you do today in your conference, we can actually change the situation. And I'm very privileged to be part of several of these groups, one as president of International Health Literacy Association and as chair of Health Literacy Europe, as an advisor to the Asian Health Literacy Association, and member of several national health literacy boards. So I encourage also Indonesia to start thinking about how can you mobilize and work together, because that's important to take us to the next level. I hope to see you next year when we host our Global Health Literacy Summit with a topic called Health Literacy for People and Planet. We might also meet in Vietnam, where the next Asian Health Literacy Conference is. And you can also join the webinars of African Health Literacy Network. They just hosted their first national health literacy conference recently, and they will keep posting about new developments there. So to me, health literacy research is very much a factor of how we can facilitate empowerment, because doing research is not alone is not an end in itself. We want the results to make a difference, and one way is to facilitate empowerment. It's about using our knowledge that we gain from research to speak up. And despite the turbulent and uncertain times we live in, we see that health literacy matters for economy, in politics, for the environment, for different population groups, as part of stronger societal systems. It matters in the media, where we talk about the infodemic and disinformation and misinformation, and is very relevant as part of education and the developments of new technologies. The future is health literate. I truly believe the future is health literate. And why do I say this? It's because I know that you are here, because we shape it. The health literacy future is not something that just happens to us. It's something we shape. And with the evidence and the research that you are bringing about, and the investment in health literacy of the decision makers and policy makers, I'm sure we can bring it together. We know it can be done. We saw the major change that the pandemic brought about, the COVID-19 pandemic brought around. And if you help take the lead and join the health literacy community, we are able to enable and empower people and shape conducive environments. Me, you are the true health literacy champions. You are the one that choose to explore and investigate all facets of health literacy. And I'm proud to be here and support you. And I look forward to hear about your next venture when you do health literacy research. Face the challenge, be the change to bridge the gap. Thank you so much.
Okay, there's a video from Christine Sorensen. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Christine Sorensen cannot join in the question and answer because she's in the flight. My conclusion as moderator is health literacy is a wide area in human life. We should make a measure about health literacy in the community. Maybe such as plastic literacy, that's our topic yesterday. We can measure people how they make decision related plastic waste, and the research we can make social engineering related how we can make a behavior change related plastic waste. There's some kind of sample that we can do in the health literacy. If the audience interest and also want ask some question or make collaboration related health literacy, Faculty of Health Science already has ASEAN Health Literacy Association Country Office Indonesia. All of us welcome to ask question and also come to us to make question or explore more about health literacy. I think that's all for the presentation today. As moderator, say Alhamdulillah. I'm sorry if I have many maybe misspell or some that is not convenient to you. I close this session with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you, Ms. Annie, for delegated we to the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda is the moment we have all been waiting for. Of course, we can wait since last night. Right? Bukan ya, kalau biasanya kita kalau nunggu dari malam gitu kan ya. Oh enggak, dari tadi pagi. Okay. Next, we will immediately announce the best presenters for Iswopha 2023. So, aku minta ditemenin dulu ya. So, I will invite Mrs. Nurjana. Nggak usah.
Saya yang bacain. Okay. Actually, we have 13 parallel session with more than 19 presenter online and offline. Yeah, and they are all have present their result perfectly, beautifully, and share the knowledge, the experience to the audience online and offline in this Iswopha 2023. And I thanks to all the participants, all the oral presenter online and offline for such a very great job in their research, in their study, and hope we can do collaboration. I joined the some of the parallel session, and there are many discussion, warm discussion in the session, and I think after this conference, they can continue to make a collaboration in research and study. So we come to the best. The best, yeah. Actually, all the best. But this is based on the what is it? The penilaian dari juri, yeah. It's calculated from the value from the moderator in every plenary session. So I will announce the third best oral presentation come to Bapak Guardian Yoki Sanjaya from Universitas Gajah Mada. Yeah, is there Bapak Guardian online? Yeah, I saw him tomorrow here, but maybe he back to their campus. Okay, this is the third best oral presenter. Okay, congratulations, Pak Kuku. Yeah, is from the medical faculty of Universitas Gajah Mada. And then the second best presenter, oral presenter, comes to Bapak Muhammad Abdul Hakam from Nusantara University. Actually, they also from the head office of Semarang. Congratulations, Bapak. Is he joined the? Okay. And then the first best oral presenters come to Ibu Martini from Universitas Diponegoro. Yeah.
Okay. There is three winners.
Ini enggak? Oh, ibu-ibunya, bapak-ibunya ada enggak di Zoom? Okay. Yeah, congratulations for all best presenter. Yeah. I hope all presenter also continue their work.
Of course.
Yeah, their work and do the best. I know all the best presenter in this Iswopha 2020.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nurjana. So finally, we ask to you to officially announce the official closing of the conference today.
Okay. Not me. Yeah. Okay. Before we close this conference, I would like to invite